Так, всем привет. Начинаю сегодняшний стримчанский. Сегодня у нас снова Геншин. Точнее, не опять, а снова. Да. Геншин. Последняя неделя стримерского ивента. Нужно достримить. Целых 3 часа еще достримить. Хотя я посчитал по записям стримов, у меня там уже 11 часов настримлено. То есть на ту награду, которую я обычно претендую, уже остался всего час. Но, опять же, отметки еженедельные. 3 часа нужно настримить на третьей неделе. Поэтому да, сегодня добиваем третий час Геншина. Точнее, 3 часа Геншина. Продажный стример стримит игры за деньги. Все. Иначе никак. Так, погнали, наверное, сейчас ведем недельных боссов, побьем сначала. Самого потрачу как раз. Сегодня уже среда. Я еще даже не начинал эти еженедельные вещи делать. Недельный фарм. Ну да, начнем с боссов. Опять-таки кита нужно завалить. Забавно, что этот камин использует как раз материалы босса китовые. Ну, точнее, как сказать, забавно. Это очень тупо с точки зрения вот для новых игроков, да, то есть то регион, казалось бы, да. Регион Лиюэ у него, его домашний регион. А все равно он использует босса этого фонтейновского. А и босс-то для возвышения его тоже фонтейновский, этот краб, пирокраб. Тоже очень странная вещь. С одной стороны, понятно, почему они это делают. Ну, потому что, как бы, надо заставлять людей в новый регион ходить, как бы, но... Получается, что старые боссы, ну, практически бесполезны в игре. Только если ты старых персонажей хочешь прокачать каких-то. Что это было? Блин, как же оно кумарит-то, что... Ну, все, и, короче, ульт. Точнее, не ульт, а просто скилл. Того никуда опять очередной раз. Потому что такой офигительный босс, который мне на поле боя... Почему не активировалось так в падении? Непонятно. Переключаешь персонажа, но он не переключается. Ну, конечно. Ты же получаешь урон, ты же должен перестать получать урон, потом... Ай, как же раздражает эти механики просто, когда ты не можешь использовать персонажа, потому что ты получаешь урон. Ты не можешь сменить персонажа. Я не знаю, какой дурачок это придумал. Ну, типа, реально всю динамику боевой системы убивает это дерьмо. Вообще не круто. Просто всех накормлю. Вторая фаза началась. Он исчез с поля боя, когда я ультанул. Всё. Теперь можно всех отхилить. Хотя для этого вообще, по идее, Яу-Яу в команде присутствует. Но Фурина все равно в этом плане лучше. По 4000 хилит сразу. Так, все, хватит. Так, уже перехилил. Ну, артефакт, как обычно. Так, ну ладно, еще дальше. Значит, следующий босс. Не выпало ничего интересного. Кроме тех самых материалов. Хотя, опять же, я, кстати, докачал, по-моему, уже камины до этого уровня, чтобы ему повышать скиллы. Блин, а где он вообще? Вот он. Я посмотрю просто. Ну да, он эти маски использует, китовые. А, пускай будет на 7 сразу. Я еще эти даже не докачал. Это надо, блин, смолу тратить. Фармить. Эту херню. Ну, в принципе, его уже использовать в команде можно. По крайней мере, в открытом мире его хватает. С такими скиллами. И с саппортами. С нормальными. Так, а что дальше? Наверное, опять Апепа. Хотя я уже что-то сбился со счета. Я, по-моему, уже Скоромыш в прошлый раз не бил, потому что у меня его материалов было достаточно много. И всяких волков уже у меня меньше даже. Страшается Апепа. Значит, она так мало критует. Как будто у нее, блин, 50% крит шанс или даже меньше. У нее 67. Что-то так мало она критует. Тычки по 20 тысяч, я прям не знаю, реально. Как будто я на 90 крит-рейт, блин, чтобы нормально, блин, критовало. Сейчас в прошлой битве с боссом я смотрю, блин, сильно мало этих тычек критовых. Что сейчас опять. Может, опять, кстати, забаговало. Я помню, уже был же момент, когда мне казалось, что, ну, типа, все нахер забаговалось. Что не считала нормально критрейт. Что надо менять артефакты, типа. Сейчас-то понятно, в подземелье их не сменить. Или здесь можно? Мне вот интересно, кстати. Здесь можно менять артефакты? Нет, нельзя. Ну, говорю, ощущение, что игра неправильно читает. А можно больше, типа, врагов за секунду спавнить? Всего-то 8 этих шаров, блин, которые одновременно дамажат. М. Серьезно, это сейчас ультимейт был на 76 тысяч. Кайф, кайф. Игорь просто не критует, я не знаю почему. Чё за херня? Прикольный артефакт, кстати. Только он прокачался правильно. Нужно было бы гоней получше первую выдать. Сейчас, кстати, сразу и посмотрим, наверное. Гоней как раз в этом сете бегает. У него такое перо сейчас. 10% шанс крита, 21 крит урона, 35 мастерства. ХП тут еще просто наролилось. Сейчас посмотрим. Сейчас какая-нибудь защита наролит с последним статом, как всегда, блин. 400-е всегда опасные очень. А, у меня нечем особо и качать. Ладно, тогда просто посмотрим на последний стат. Я знал. Я знал просто. Было слишком предсказуемо. Да. У меня, кстати, куча артефактов всяких прокачанных. Не все особо полезные, как бы. Хотя, блин, на самом деле. Терять какие-то опции тоже. Блин, тут целая куча шансов скрыта. Тоже прикольная вещь. Блин, мне не хочется ничего разлучивать, чтобы это. Пофиг, подожду когда-нибудь. Потом докачаю артефакт, посмотрю. Просто, опять же, если там еще раз апнется защита, то все, этот артефакт идет в помойку. Что у меня и так много всего. Вот. Письмо от Бэйдоу. Не так давно я повела флот на запад мимо порта Илум до самого порта Люмидус в Фонтейне, исследовать новые морские пути. Я думал, что за годы плавания в морях я повидала все, что можно. Но на этот раз, по совету местных жителей, я попробовала погрузиться под воду и открыла для себя совершенно новый мир. Блин, а, кстати, игрового звука-то нету, да, ни хера вообще ничего не захватывается. Сейчас это осознал, что нифига не захватывает игровой звук. Вот теперь есть музычка на фоне чуть-чуть. Совершенно новый мир. Пока я собирала аромарин, меня окружили разъяренные бронекрабы, и мне пришлось от них отбиваться. Ударив каждого по разу, я уложила их всех. Ах, как давно я не дралась на кулаках, и как же классно это было. Кстати, темнозвездники такие красивые, отправляю их тебе на память. Давай встретимся, как будет время. Я приготовлю пару блюд, обсудим наши приключения. Это был Бэйдоу. День рождения, получается, был. Точнее, есть сейчас. Видимо, сегодня у него день рождения. На день Святого Валентина. Представляю, насколько довольны фанаты Бэйдоу этим фактом. Что их вайфу прямо на день Святого Валентина отмечает день рождения. Так. Погнали к волку. Поделимся с ним. Я помню, что у меня меньше всего, точнее, было этих волк частей. А, да, катал надо попробовать артефакт сменить. Я больше катал, потому что как будто что-то сломалось. Перерасчет был. Я, кстати, смотрел, вот мне предлагают быструю экипировку. Уменьшить количество крит урона, увеличить количество хп, чуть-чуть увеличить от силы атаки. И мастерство просто выкинуть. На помойку все предлагает. Быстрая экипировка. И я, блин, столько фармил эти артефакты, чтобы нормальное количество было этого мастерства. И тут мне игра такая говорит: да не, нафиг тебе не нужно это мастерство, чел. Просто надо больше хп и все. Ну, я не знаю, как можно собирать Хутау, чтобы у нее было меньше 200 мастерства, типа. Кажется, мастерство тут больше гораздо дает, чем лишние 5000 хп. Фигня. Тем более, опять же, у меня R2 уже такого дает достаточных бонусов хп. У него больше 30 было тысяч. Если вообще взять команду из двух гидра персонажей, то еще больше хп будет. Просто потому что, да. Вот так вот работает. Все, это класс, класс. Тебя откидывают просто в текстурки, и ты умираешь нормально. Боже. Такие механики просто. 10 из 10. Ну, щит, как всегда, закончился еще в неподходящий момент. Так, а что за первый не дали? Я же 2 раза не шкрипал. Ладно. 9000 это нормал атака была сейчас. Сложно сказать, работает ли. Работает ли криты. Блин. Не пойму, мамочки. Так, что нам еще нужно сделать? Смолу я потратил. Угу. Неделю эту фигню сделал. Блин, блюдо. Заказы я сейчас точно делать не буду. Боссов тоже пока добивать не буду. Ладно, погнали добивать ивент. Верно. Сначала. Все остальное. Там вроде как достаточно интересно должно быть. Много новых персонажей. Ну, для Лиуэ. Новых персонажей. То есть новые гости в Лиуэ. Там, как всегда же, разобрали все на спойлеры. Целую кучу всяких скриншотов выкладывали. Смеялись. Радовались. Увидев своих вайфу. Как бы, да. Сообщество Геншин, это, конечно, такое. У людей нет чувства такта, что не все еще прошли, как бы выкладывать все скриншоты без спойлеров, без ничего, такое себе. Так, ладно, суета жизни называется квест. В последнее время вам с Пайман нечем заняться, поэтому вы решаете отправиться в деревню Цяоин. Это в новой локации, да? Сейчас сколько? 4 часа вечера, да? А, с 12 до 4. Через 2 дня. До 4. Соответственно, пойдет вот так вот. Ну, это, кстати, раздражает, что нужно вот это вот делать. Несмотря на то, что уже прошло сколько, 4 реальных дня. И она ничего не засчитала, типа. Вот этот скип.
Didn't Xiang Li say Hu Tao was also planning on spending some time in Xiaoying village?
А, вот где и Хутао, собственно. Ну, Хутао это всегда веселый контент, на самом деле, так что почему бы и нет. Погнали.
The mountain air is so refreshing. It makes Paimon feel like she could float around all day and never get tired. Cream! Gummies! Fuel fruit! Huh?
Че это за крики, блин?
Sunshine! Blue skies! Good vibes!
Что-то про пузыри на хорошее настроение. Ребенок какой-то орет.
So Paimon wasn't just hearing things. That voice sounds really familiar. Well, we've got the time. Why don't we go check it out?
Да, давай посмотрим. Почему бы нет. Спайон, поднимайтесь в гору, откуда раздаются крики. Кто-то выкрикивает миндаль, шоколад. Звучит очень вкусно. Следуя за этим радостным голосом, вы быстро поднимаетесь на вершину.
Well, if it isn't my dear partners. See, I told you that something good was going to happen during our travels today. I have to say, sometimes the Steambird's astrology column is spot on.
It's just your lucky day.
Are you guys also here to catch the festivities? Oh, and that reminds me. Happy Lantern Ride.
Happy Lantern Ride.
И вас тоже с праздником.
Lantern Ride to you too! Wait, if you're here for Lantern Ride, then what are you doing on top of this deserted mountain? And that voice we heard, that was you, right, Navia? Oh, impressive. You could tell it was me from that far away. You've got
Не, я бы сказал, что это был какой-то ребенок рандомный.
voice is just really loud. Well, of course it is. After all, I'm a boss.
Indeed. I suppose it's an asset.
Sure is! Having a loud voice is a handy tool when it comes to communication. Wait. That wasn't even Paimon's point. Paimon just wants to know why you two were shouting from the top of this deserted mountain. There was something about almonds, maybe? And buell fruit? Ooh, is it some sort of secret code?
No, it's not a code. The words are meaningless.
Perhaps, but the act of shouting was very meaningful indeed. That's just what mountain climbers do, right? After all the hard work it takes to make it to the top, as you stand on the summit looking out at the vast scenery, it's not easy to resist the urge to release those emotions.
Бля, я до сих пор помню, как Лайла в своем квесте кричала. Очень смешно было. Но вообще, да, люди обычно так не делают. Вот как, то есть не важно, что именно кричать, важно лишь само действие.
Exactly. You get me, partner. I was afraid that it would cause a disturbance, so I asked the locals around here, and they said it was fine. Apparently, most hikers like to shout when they get to the top, so the locals are used to it by now. So, you see, it's not just me. I guess everyone shouts from the top of a mountain at some point in their life.
Speak for yourself.
When you're stressed, don't you ever just get the urge to do something for no reason?
Not really. If I ever get stressed, I just go hunting.
Oh, that's a pretty good way to relieve stress.
What I choose to hunt depends on my mood.
Huh? Anyway, why don't you two give it a try? Shout anything you want. It's a real stress reliever.
As long as Paimon has clothes on her back and food in her belly, Paimon doesn't think there's any stress that needs relieving.
Я предпочитаю держать все в себе.
Oh, I bet you guys are just too embarrassed to let loose. No need to be shy. Even Farina was shouting from the top of this mountain earlier.
То?
Huh? Did Paimon hear that right? Farina's also here? In Chaoyang Village?
Believe in your ears. It is indeed as you heard. Actually, the reason we climbed this mountain in the first place was also because we heard the sound of shouting.
Yes, we could just about make out someone yelling things like, "Help me!" and "What should I do?" So we hurried up here to check it out. And what do you know? Miss Farina was standing right there, all red in the face. She practically sprinted back down the mountain the minute she saw us.
Ah, that reminds me. I believe what she actually said was, "So help me, I will figure out what I should do about this script."
So, you could actually hear what she was saying? Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought someone was really in trouble.
I figured we would come check out the situation either way. Why not let her keep some privacy?
Oh, seems like you caught Farina in the middle of some stress relief as well. She probably would have never thought. No, she definitely would have never thought she would run into anyone she knew all the way out here.
Она была одна?
I think so. We ran into Nervalet on the way here as well, but
Вообще
he was already
нет.
on his way back, so they probably weren't together.
What?
Тупо все вообще здесь. Так много людей из
What was
Фонтейна.
he doing here? It couldn't have been for vacation.
Ризли только не хватает.
It just might have been, actually. But apparently he only stayed for half a day before heading back. He's a very busy man.
Neuvillette is not the type to take much time off. Taking even a half day for himself is already a huge step in the right direction.
Didn't Charlotte publish an article on the Liyue tea industry recently? Maybe he was inspired to come buy some tea after reading that article. You know, just like you were.
My situation is completely different. I'm here because I was asked to accompany you. The tea purchase is simply an added bonus of this location.
You Fontanians and your tea drinking.
Oh, it's not for me. I lost a bet with Ridesley, and now I have to buy him something.
Вы поспорили. Отличный
It was
подарок.
just a spur-of-the-moment sort of bet. Ridesley gets really invested in that sort of thing, but he couldn't care less about what he wins in the end. You could give him mint plants that you plucked from the side of the road, and he wouldn't even mind.
If only he was that easygoing when it came to talking business. In any case, I'm pretty sure the tea you bought is this region's specialty. What is it called again? Nervalet even mentioned it earlier.
Чай сунула. Купи 10 коробок за полцены.
Yes, that's the one.
You didn't really buy 10 boxes, did you?
Please, do I look like someone who would fall for that sort of marketing trap?
That reminds me. You guys said you only came up here because you heard my voice, right? I hope it didn't put you out. You must have had other plans for the day.
Oh, that's right. Who tell? A few days ago, we heard that a friend was going to be in Chaoyang Village, so we decided to come and see if we could run into her.
Oh dear. We've been chatting for quite some time. I'm sorry for keeping you.
Я снова здесь. Пришлось немного отвлечься. Простите, что задержались с ним. Ничего страшного. Напарница.
That's good.
We should probably head out and look for Hu Tao.
No need to stay on our account. We just got up here, so we're gonna stay around for a little longer.
Go and meet your friend. We can meet up in Chaoying Village later.
Договорились.
Good. We're gonna head down the mountain then. See you later.
What do I have to do to get you to yell from the top of this mountain? Name your price.
You really want to hear it that bad, huh?
I'm just curious is all. I have a feeling you'll say something amazing.
I will pass. I prefer to let actions speak louder than words.
Блин, какие же у них у всех короткие юбки просто. Жесть. Короче, просто некуда вообще. Хотя у Нави что-то типа шортов под низом. Какая-то такая странная вещь. Ладно. Короче. Выборы дизайна, конечно, они явно не с практической точки зрения выбирались эти дизайны. А, вон Фурина и Хутао, еще и Женли тут
Village
же.
is known for its tea, but you know what else they have with tea? That's right, dim sum! Didn't Gaming say something about dim sum being eaten in the morning? Oh, Paimon wonders if we can still get some at this time of day.
Ой, и это... Блин, инженерка из этого, из Фонтейна там тоже стоит. Точнее, сидит она, что-то там какой-то гигантский чайник разбирает или что это такое. Блин, это реально, это чайник, это чашка. Блин, я сейчас только обратил внимание, что здесь какая-то статуя такая стоит интересная. Сейчас мы сможем найти только послеобеденные димсамы.
Oh, well that's fine too. Paimon doesn't care what kind of tea it is as long as it comes with some tasty snacks. Now, let's see what kind of yummy things we can find around here. Paimon's not seeing things, is she? Is that Farino standing between Zhongli and Hutao?
Ух ты, судя по шляпке, точно она.
Wonder what they're talking about. Zhongli knows a lot of stuff. Maybe he's telling Farina about Chaoying Village. Oh, or maybe Hutao is trying to rope Farina into being one of her clients.
Хочешь поспорить?
Hey, this isn't the Fortress of Meropide. But Paimon could be convinced for the right price. Let's say loser buys the winner 3 huge bowls of seafood kanji. Since Zhongli is there, Paimon bets things are pretty tame. It's decided then. Paimon votes for tour guide Zhongli.
Я тогда ставлю на пробивную управляющую.
All right, no time to waste. Let's go see who's right.
А как Паймон мне 3 порции каши сможет купить? У нее же денег нет.
Good afternoon, Hutao, Zhongli, and Farina! Oh, great. Now Paimon's shouting too.
Oh, well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Seems like our luck just keeps on growing.
That we were able to meet you both without prior arrangement must mean that this is quite the serendipitous meeting indeed.
Oh, so both of you are acquainted with the traveler in Paimon then?
Все старые добрые друзья в сборе.
I'm pretty sure you didn't learn that one from me. I must admit, I am a bit surprised to see you here, traveler. But seeing as you're a hero who's been all over to that, it makes sense that you would be well-traveled and well-connected. Since we have found ourselves in each other's company within this fertile land, allow me to take this opportunity to wish you a happy lantern rite.
С праздником морских
It
фонарей.
appears you have been to Fontaine then. Given your proclivity to spread good deeds wherever you go, it's no surprise that you would make the acquaintance of a celebrity as illustrious and celebrated as Miss Farina.
high praise. What I mean to say is, you flatter me, Mr. Zhongli. Although I've built up a certain following within Fontaine, it is no reflection of strength or wisdom. I stand before you right now as nothing more than an ordinary traveler in search of beautiful scenery and creative inspiration. There is definitely more to Mr. Zhongli than meets the eye. I could tell as much from our conversation earlier. Given his breadth of knowledge on both academic and
Фига.
worldly matters, there's no way he hasn't heard about what happened in Fontaine. Is he just feigning ignorance for my benefit?
No. You're no common tourist. I simply won't have you talk about yourself that way.
Huh? Does that mean Hu Tao also knows?
You may not have heard, friends, but...
Miss Hu Tao.
Miss Farina is now one of my esteemed clients.
Yep.
Паймон проиграла. Слышала, Паймон, она важный клиент Хутао.
Okay, you win. Guess Paimon will have to break into the hidden stash at the bottom of her shoe.
Huh? What's this about winning something?
Don't tell me. You two were placing bets on us.
Это все Паймон придумала. Пальцем тычет на нее. Вообще забавно, что... Хотя не, это все равно какой-то намек есть на то, что она сразу догадалась, что Жунли не так просто. Но мне интересно просто, что ни один персонаж не догадался о его секрете. О секрете Жунли, что он совсем не так просто вообще. Да, это все Паймон придумал.
We just saw you guys standing on the side of the road and couldn't help but take guesses as to what you were talking about.
Oh, I see. That means you, my friend, must have guessed that I was trying to promote my business to Miss Farina.
Ты хорошо меня знаешь.
That I do, my friend. What was Paimon's guess then?
Paimon thought Zhongli was showing the newbie around.
By newbie, you mean me, right?
If that's the case, then Paimon's guess was also correct.
Oh, that's right. Mr. Zhongli was telling me about some great sightseeing spots in the area.
Ha! You see? Paimon was right too!
Да, победила дружба.
If our guesses were right, there can't be a winner or a loser.
Ладно, тогда твой тайник покажется в безопасности.
Hey, don't be upset, traveler. How about this? You buy Paimonable and Paimon will also buy youable.
И в чем смысл?
As for the third bowl...
Since I was the subject of the bet, perhaps it should go to me? You know, as a congratulations for the huge deal I just struck.
Я могу угостить тебя в любое время.
I was just joking. Anyway, I should be the one treating you. The funeral parlor is about to bring in quite the sum after all.
Oh, Paimon almost forgot to ask about the most important question. Did, something happen recently, Farina?
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, you know, with you enlisting the services of Wangxiang Funeral Parlor and all.
Oh, well, yes.
Really? Oh, no. Paimon is so sorry for your loss. Although Paimon may have not known the person, please accept Paimon's deepest...
Whoa, it's not like that, Paimon.
Huh? But Paimon just thought, since you hired the services of...
А что можно заказать еще в ритуальном бюро, интересно?
Hey, it's not that big of a stretch.
Really, Paimon? It's not like you don't know me. Do I look like I know anyone who would ask me to coordinate their funeral? Miss Hu Tao is simply helping prepare some props for my film. Not too long ago, I read a collection of horror stories from Liyue. The content was spectacular. In fact, I still feel the need to sleep with the light on even now. Anyway, that's not the point.
Короче, она заказала гробов для фильма ужасов.
Star has returned to the
Видимо.
stage. I figured it's about time the industry enjoyed a breath of fresh air.
Или даже глоток свежего ужаса.
Hey, that's pretty good. I'll have to remember that for my ad posters.
Oh, Paimon sees. That makes a lot of sense. So, did you come to Liyue just to enlist the services of Longsheng Funeral Parlor?
Well, not exactly. My original plan was to just relax and enjoy the sights. But then I ran into Miss Hu Tao and Mr. Zhongli, and well, you know the rest. I suppose it was meant to be.
It was a fated meeting indeed.
Zhongli sure loves his lofty turns of phrase. But if you ask me, it's all thanks to that man who stopped to ask for directions.
Oh? Who was it?
It's someone you know. Wanna take a guess?
Ну, это не Вилет был.
What? How did you guess that on your first
Yeah,
try?
good.
Very impressive, my friend. Your guessing game is spot on today.
Рассказали о своей встрече с Навей и Кваринды на горе. Жалобный взгляд Фарина убедил вас не упоминать о криках горы.
Paimon never thought Neuvillette would be the type to get lost.
I'm sure he didn't get lost. Even I was able to find my way to this place without any trouble. He was already getting ready to
Там
leave by the
сундуки у
time I
меня еще
arrived.
валяются.
He just wanted to ask someone about the quickest way to get back to Fontaine.
Yup, that's exactly what he asked. This area is full of mountains and rivers. It's normal to not know the fastest route.
Для него быстрее всего было бы уплыть назад, а не идти пешком.
So, were you the one that pointed him in the right direction, Hu Tao?
Of course. I'm also a guide of sorts, you know. So naturally, I also have a great sense of direction. But speaking of your friend,
What about him?
he doesn't get out much, does he?
Да, это правда.
No wonder. He was stiff as a board and way too polite. I would have never guessed he was here on vacation if you hadn't told me.
All in all, he was only here for half a day. I'm pretty sure he's the only one who would consider that to be a vacation.
Oh? This gentleman you speak of must keep a demanding schedule.
I'm sure he does. You didn't see him, but he was dressed like he was about to attend some important meeting. It wasn't anything like what someone would wear on vacation.
Is that so?
Wait, you didn't see him, Zhongli?
Unfortunately, no. At the time, it appeared as if Director Hu and Miss Farina were having quite the productive conversation. I know matters of business can take much discussion, so I decided to fetch some tea for them.
What a shame. That gentleman seemed like a sophisticated sort of guy. I actually think you two would have hit it off.
Is that so?
Судя по тому, как странно ведет себя Джин и учитывая, кто на самом деле не винит, могут ли Джин специально изображать, избежать этой встречи. Все понятно. И правда очень жаль.
To borrow Miss Farina's turn of phrase, perhaps it just wasn't meant to be.
Well, with the traveler around, I'm sure you'll have a chance to get to know each other at some
Так
point.
вроде же,
That's right. He's got more friends than he knows what to do with.
вроде же Жен Ли отошел от дел, разве нет? И какое ему дело, в принципе, до того, кто Фонтейном правит, ну, типа. Я что-то не сильно пойму, в чем может быть конфликт их. Если, ну, то есть, вот это предположение от путешественника, что мог возникнуть, типа, конфликт, и он избежал встречи, типа, специально. Не знаю. Что могло бы быть поводом для конфликта, в принципе. Потому что, ну, как минимум, даже если он не отошел от дел, как минимум его передача его этого... Блин, как это называется? Сердце Бога, да? Как оно называется в русской версии? Передача этого сердца Бога — это уже как минимум нарушение того самого контракта с Селестией в качестве архонта, да. То есть... Странно. Мне кажется, не могло быть никакого конфликта. У него так много друзей, что не сосчитать. Я просто всем нравлюсь. Я хорошо лажу с людьми.
Well, that's certainly true. Oh, that reminds me. If you get the chance, you should try and talk to Nervalette into loosening up a bit. Just tell him the Palais Mermonia isn't going to fall apart if he disappears for a few days. He shouldn't keep himself cooped up all the time. Even clams open their shells to let in fresh water every once in a while, right? If he's really that much of a stickler for protocol, he can fill out a leave of absence request. He'd have to approve it himself since he handles that sort of thing now, but you know what I mean.
Но в этом есть смысл.
Seems like this gentleman is also in charge of something pretty important.
Справедливый и беспристрастный Юникс Фонтейна, глава Верховного Суда. Здесь он как злой дух бумажной малахиты Фонтейна. Ну нет, давайте все-таки официально его название.
Sounds like a pretty uptight sort of guy, all right. In my experience, a leader needs to be able to roll with the punches. That also includes knowing when and what to prioritize. It seems like your friend still has a lot of growing to do.
If I remember correctly, he's already several thousands of years old. You're quite right, Miss Hutao.
Ну, он новичок в человеческой роли, да.
Miss Farina, those two individuals over there appear to recognize you.
Да.
It's Navia and Clarand. Hey, over here!
We saw you all chatting over here, and we're wondering if we could join in.
Please, excuse the interruption.
Oh, so polite. No apologies necessary. Any friend of the Traveler and Miss Farina is a friend of mine. Ah, straight to the point. I like it.
Все собрались вокруг вас и начали знакомиться. В глазах Хутао вспыхнули, когда она услышала, чем занимается Кларинда. Но после разъяснения Фарины и Нави, нахлынувшая была мысль, будто покинули Хутао.
It's getting late. If we want to catch a boat back before dark, we should probably get going.
Indeed. Then, Miss Farina,
Oh, yes?
when are you planning to head back? Do you need us to escort you?
Oh, I don't think that will be necessary. I mean, you're not my subordinate anymore. You don't need to look after me.
I didn't mean it that way. It's normal for friends to travel home together if they run into each other on the road.
There are a lot of mountainous roads in this area. I imagine they'll be even harder to navigate after dark. Exactly! Just like in those ghost stories.
Хутао ее уже запугала.
Converge in a wood. Beside them an old house is stood. If you dare to go inside, not a soul will greet your eye. But if you take a closer look, there may be something you mistook. A candle flickers to and fro, yet there is no wind to make it so. What is its secret? What could it mean? In this wood, where mystery screams. Ooh.
My dear demoiselles, ladies, no, I mean friends, please take me with
Of course.
Какая Фурина впечатлительная. Фурина.
Gotta say, Farina, you are really quite the character. By the way, did I hear you mention that Clorand used to work under you? Then you must have also been a leader at some point.
Well, that's, all in the past now. Besides, being a leader is hard. It wasn't the right job for me. I prefer how things are now. I can come and go as I please, and get to enjoy the sweet taste of freedom.
I see. Well, you've certainly picked an apt place to relax. Xiaoying Village is an exemplary choice.
Ну что, все хорошо повеселились.
Only the best. And I've learned a lot, too. Thank you so much, Miss Hu Tao and Mr. Zhongli.
It's fine. You've thanked us more than enough already. The next time you're in this neck of the woods, I'll treat you to some dim sum in the city.
Dim sum. Is that some kind of Liyue term for snacks or desserts?
They are a part of it. It's basically a table full of as much tea, sweets, and good company as you can manage.
Oh, so it's basically a tea party. Sounds great.
Make sure to order the winter melon cake and the lotus flower crisp. They're so sweet and delicious. Paimon knows you'll love them.
Ooh, okay. I'll be looking forward to it then.
Wait, but didn't you guys say you were here on vacation? How come you're all going home empty-handed?
Вы не привезете с собой сувенир?
Of course I am. I bought tons of fun things to bring home with me. A kite, a parasol, a little tin frog that jumps. Oh, and a stuffed toy of a mythical beast. Clorand is the one who didn't buy anything for herself.
So all you're bringing back with you is that tea?
And some tea-flavored hard candies. They're for Sijuin.
Clorand isn't much of a shopaholic.
Well, one of us has to practice restraint.
Hey, I'm hardly reckless with my Mora. I'll have you know, all the purchases I made today were well within my budget.
А что насчет тебя, Фурина?
Me? Oh, well, I bought some tea, of course. I just had to try all the varieties recommended in the Steambird. Other than that, just some bits and bobs, you know. A little bit of this, little bit of that. They should all be things I can use, I think.
Значит, тоже попалась на уловки торговцев.
Now Paimon's even more confused. If you bought that much stuff, where did it all go? Into one of Linny's magic packets?
Oh, actually.
Monsieur Neuvillette took them with him.
Oh, so that's what happened. Wait, what? Why did he take them? Oh, he's not hoarding treasure, is he?
That's quite the imagination you've got there, Paimon. Monsieur Neuvillette just saw the amount of bags we had and offered to take them back for us. I felt a bit bad at first, but, I really did have a lot of stuff.
He even offered to deliver my gifts to the fortress of Meripede for me once he's done with the day's work. Neuvillette is a man of his word. If he says he can do something, then he means it.
See, even Clorand was happy to take him up on his offer. If even his trusty subordinate agreed, then who was I to refuse? Wow, he seems like a real gentleman. Maybe he's not as uptight as I thought. If only the funeral parlor had an employee as thoughtful, proactive, and responsible as him. Right, Zhongli?
Indeed.
Clorand said Neuvillette offered to deliver her gifts to Risley. So if we go to the entrance of the Fortress of Meripede, maybe we'll run into Neuvillette.
Блин, смешно, конечно.
We don't know exactly when he'll show up.
Oh, that reminds me. A new year of work is about to begin. If there's anything you want to talk about, Zhongli, you know you can come to me. I'm all ears.
Does the director have any concerns?
It just seemed like you were a bit preoccupied today, and much less talkative than usual. You barely said anything other than, "Is that so?" and
Indeed.
If you ask me, I'd say you're having a midlife crisis. You're getting to be around that age after all.
Is that so?
Ugh.
I jest. Given its distance from the city, Chaoying Village enjoys a much slower pace of life. Surrounded by such peace and tranquility, I also seem to have developed a proclivity for inactivity. I apologize for making you worry.
I see. What do you think, Traveler? Is this atmosphere putting you in a lazy mood too?
Не знаю даже, что сказать. Мне лень отвечать.
Wow, you are getting really good at these kinds of lines.
Indeed.
Well, everyone, make sure that you've got all your belongings with you before we leave. If there's any souvenirs anyone still wants to buy, the time is now.
Reliable as ever, Miss President.
What is that supposed to mean?
Clorand is right, though. You really are reliable.
It's not what she's saying, it's the way she's saying it.
I will say, but I never thought you'd be so easygoing outside of work, Clorand. The tone of voice you use when you're working doesn't exactly make you seem like the type who enjoys interacting with people.
Well, I try to keep my professional and private life separate. That includes my behavior.
You take care now, Traveler. Paimon.
Не переживай, твой напарник очень силен.
Trying to act cool now, are we? Well, I guess it's not an act for you, is it?
You are indeed quite strong.
It's been great talking to you all. I'm really
Это, кстати, хороший вопрос. А кто бы победил в дуэли, путешественник или Клоринда?
on another trip together sometime.
Ну, я подозреваю, что путешественник, потому что Лорна он гораздо сильнее. Если он сражался, блин, с Райден, сражался с этим чудовищем. Архонт. Вихрей. Тень. Похоже, с элементарной реакцией здесь все в полном порядке, может попробуем. А, тут надо Анема завязать. Что-то произошло. Умный карп. По мне это капля какая-то. Блин, к фонтану можно капать? Да. Хотя нет, погодите, нифига не нормально, но мне тэпнуло на этот чекпоинт, а не на фонтан. Ближе, если к сам фонтан. Можно было тэпнуться. Сюда. Блин, красиво тут, конечно. Эта фигня в виде гильотины, конечно, забавно.
Look! It's Neuvillette! We lucked out!
Oh, it's you. It has been some time since our last meeting. Few people frequent this location. Since I was able to conclude my work early for the day, I thought I might take a walk and avail myself of this area's peace and quiet.
You call this early? Do you always work this late, Neuvillette?
Strictly speaking, that depends on the agenda for the day. I am hardly bereft of time, however, so working late is of little consequence to me.
Really? If you have so much time on your hands, then why did you only go to Chaoying Village for half a day?
First, I should clarify that I was referring to my lifespan, rather than the time at my disposal on any given day. Second, I was unaware you possessed knowledge of my trip to Chaoying Village.
коротко сказали это
I see.
произошедшее
Thank you
сегодня.
for informing me.
Так ты передал подарки?
Yes, they have been safely delivered.
I have to hand it to Clorant. Just a simple gift delivery, and she has the great and mighty Udex at her beck and call.
I was just passing through. It was merely an act of convenience.
All right. Then I hereby confirm receipt of the goods on behalf of the staff of the Fortress of Meripede.
A verbal receipt of confirmation? Is such a formality really necessary for a small matter such as this?
Guess not. This quantity of tea, though, seems a little excessive for a gift, don't you think? Before you know it, they'll start accusing me of taking bribes.
About that. Much of that is my own excess, I'm afraid.
Oh? Why? What happened?
It was buy 10 boxes, get half off.
Ah, that explains it then. Well, go ahead and leave them to me. I'll get through this stash as fast as I can.
You have my thanks. Oh, there's something else I'd like to give to you.
This is a stone slate, engraved with a symbolic design.
While that is an apt description, it is in actuality a legal codex.
A legal codex, huh?
Before the advent of modern writing utensils, information was recorded on stone slabs such as this. The law was no different.
Okay.
Since ancient times, the scales of justice have symbolized the fairness and impartiality of judiciousness. As a tribute to that sentiment, this slate was designed after a traditional legal codex and engraved with a symbol instead of text. During my travels recently, I chanced upon a roadside stall offering tourists the opportunity to try their hand at the ceramic arts, so I decided to have a go. We joked with Clorant some time ago about gifting you a legal codex. So, here you go.
Ah, so that's what this is about.
I did not expect you to remember it as well. In any case, I hope this can be considered as a reasonable attempt to join in on the banter.
It is a very good attempt. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Even your sense of humor centers around the law. That's an impressive level of commitment. A gift of this significance deserves to be put on display, and I know just the place. Front and center in the fortress's showroom.
Surely there's no need for such a grand gesture.
Just kidding. I don't have anything like a showroom. But we do have a storage room. We can put it next to all the mechanical parts Sянь Юнь has collected.
That sounds good to me.
So that's what you were doing in Chaoying Village.
Блин, я все пропустил,
Indeed.
что я чуть не
Of
уснул.
course, while I was there, I also took the opportunity to
Потому
taste
что
the
они
local spring water. The
обсуждали.
aftertaste is much purer than what I have delivered to me in Fontaine. It stands to reason that the long-distance transport has a tendency to imbue the water with extraneous emotion. If you want to experience the true flavor, you simply have to go to the source. Perhaps I should organize some time off to do the same elsewhere.
И вот он и повторил то, что он рассказывал. Понятно. Отлично. Как говорят в Ливе, ключ к успеху лежит в балансе труда и отдыха.
Then we are of the same mind. It appears my desire is
Это
justified.
ж слова Кицин, по-моему, да?
If you say so, but you know you don't have to justify a vacation, right?
Точнее, у Кицин есть эта фраза.
One
Когда она по-своему ее интерпретирует.
bereft of time. You can do whatever you want.
You're quite right. I suppose I suffer not from a lack of opportunity, but rather a lack of inspiration. However, after reading a few articles about Liyue's holiday traditions, the idea popped into my head and made itself quite at home. Seeing as I was free of responsibilities for the morning, I decided to depart at once.
И как тебе?
Refreshing. My spontaneous outing seemed to inspire quite a few other spontaneous decisions as well. Take, for example, my foray into ceramics. At first, soil from the ground is granular and unforgiving, but add the right amount of water, and it becomes soft, moldable, and able to take shape. In the past, I never thought about how quotidian vessels were crafted, but now I have participated in their very making. This is also something I made today.
Прикольно. Че это такой-то половник какой-то? Какой большой половник.
That's a ladle? Paimon thought it was supposed to be some long-necked sea creature.
That was indeed one of my inspirations.
А чё, красивая штука на самом деле у него получилась. Если это действительно первая его работа, то очень впечатляет, конечно. Это потрясающий цвет в твоем стиле.
Really? You like it? To tell you the truth, given your unexpected arrival, I find myself quite unequipped to give you the welcome you deserve. Around such an important holiday such as this, human custom would dictate that gifts should be in order. But I'm afraid this is all I can offer. If you'll have it, that is.
Это правда мне. Ты ведь сделал это своими руками.
That is precisely why it would do me such a great honor if you accepted.
Блин, охренеть, конечно. Я сейчас немножко просто офигел. Просто ни с того ни с сего начинает шуршать батарея. Походу просто отопление снова включили, блядь. Долбали постоянно его выключать. Походу вода опять поет. Только вместе с водой там походу еще осколки труб путешествуют. Поэтому ну и шуршит нафиг, блин, все. Весело, короче. Ладно, меня этот звук просто внезапно немножко отвлек. Да, забавно просто ситуация. Сидишь, никого не трогаешь, что-то у тебя под тобой буквально. Вот. Говорю, у меня батарея рядом, тут как раз я так устроился хорошо, чтобы тепло было, правда. Не всегда тепло. Ладно. Короче, он мне подарил замечательный подарок, блин, ну реально очень крутой подарок. И он очень доволен тоже, что мне понравился такой подарок. Ну реально, подарок, сделанный собственными руками, ну это всегда приятно. Особенно когда, ну, это не херня какая-нибудь, а реально вот полезная какая-то такая красивая штука, да. Я принимаю, конечно,
You
спасибо.
are most welcome. Happy Lantern Rite.
Ах, кстати, вы дали Невилету совет касательно его отпуска.
Approve a leave of absence request for myself. That sounds like it could easily lead to a vicious cycle of self-indulgence, something which couldn't be in further violation of protocol. But I suppose I understand her point. My proclivity to refrain from personal outings does in part originate from a sense of responsibility toward my duties. But it is also due to a lack of desire to engage in the human world. But now I see that the human world is indeed full of many interesting places to discover.
Ну, я давно это говорил. Блин, реально офигительный подарок. Ковш безмятежного морского зверя. И это, я так понимаю, для этого, для чайника тоже, да, как обычно. Блин, надо добить вот эту фигню уже. И эту фигню начать собирать. Все, нет настроения заниматься этим всем. А чё, все, да? Этот ивент закончился. Так быстро. Ну не, нормально. Это такое небольшое послесловие, в принципе, нормально. Что там, дейлики все засчитал? Да. Отлично. Ничего делать не нужно. Что он еще может сказать?
Lantern Rite marks the start of the new year in Liyue. In the spirit of the season, then, I wish you a year of success as vast and endless as the open ocean.
Офигенно. Красивые поздравления, кстати, да. Спасибо. Я, конечно, не поклонник Нивелета, но да. Приятные поздравления с китайским Новым годом. Не, самое смешное это как ты спускаешься в эту крепость, где ты оказываешься в итоге. То есть начинаем мы здесь. Спуск.
I got a new letter from an informant. Looks like the situation has changed again.
Нифига, кстати, спуск нормальный такой. Глубоко. Так, ну это мы спустились, да. Теперь небольшой коридорчик. Погодите, а чё? А чё, только один раз так можно сделать или что? Или надо с ней поговорить? Чтобы переместиться. Ну хотя, смотрите, они действительно этот момент продумали. Мне показалось, что сундук но у нее сундук просто стоит на столе. В общем-то, что? Получается, что реально спуск здесь, а сама крепость, она вот здесь аж. Ну, то есть, и ты реально как бы перемещаешься туда. Вот в каком направлении? Не, все равно не сходится. То есть туннель уходит сюда куда-то. А сама крепость, она здесь. То есть она как-то петляет тут, это, и потом сюда приходит. Вот тут тоже видно. Отросток туннеля. Короче, ладно. Странный подземный туннель просто в километре от этого.
Take it easy.
Место
Ad
спуска.
Astra Abyss. Thank you for
Так, отлично, леники сделаны. И это заняло час времени. Этот квестик небольшой. Вот такое послесловие, да, как бы после основного ивента, после всего. Но как раз, да, тот самый момент, что я задавался на прошлом стриме по Геншину этим вопросом, что а где Фурина, где Хутао? Вот они все и были. Собственно, немножко появились. Тоже заглянули в Лиюэ. А, кстати, забавно еще тоже по поводу Лиюэ и вот этих новых сундуков. Тот же момент этот. Тоже, опять же, все сообщество, я не знаю, мне очень смешно. Я вчера на Reddit выложил видос, типа, зачем нужен странник в игре? Вот тут вот эта вот фигня есть. Ты вот залазишь на первую эту штуку, потом на последних этих балках появляется сундук. И типа, ты должен пропрыгать туда, к этому сундуку, чтобы его открыть. Ну и как бы для чего нужен странник, что он может просто перелететь туда. Но... Ладно, с первого раза не получилось. Также у меня и вчера с первого раза не получилось. Но у меня с второго раза вчера получилось. Очень смешно было просто. Ну, да, персонаж тупит сейчас специально на стриме, чтобы показать, что это не так легко, якобы. Но на самом деле это очень легко было. По крайней мере, вчера, я говорю, со второй попытки это сделал. Я просто перепрыгнул, получается, на... Вот так вот. И все. И я отсюда уже достал сундук, открыл, и все. Как бы... Такая вот история. Ну, вообще, да. Очень нелепая, конечно, история. Причем на интерактивной карте тоже я смотрел, там отмечено, люди жалуются, что типа, нифига, это сложно, что это такое? Блин, я не знаю, людям, мне кажется, противопоказано в видеоигры играть, если для них это сложно. Да, персонаж здесь ведет себя не особо адекватно, честно сказать. То есть я тоже часто ругаюсь, но то, что персонаж как-то поворачивается странно относительно того, что я пытаюсь сделать. Но в целом, я говорю, с второй, третьей в этот раз попытки тоже запросто перебрался, перепрыгнул. Вообще никаких проблем. Никакие... Там кто-то писал кицин, там можно использовать казуху, можно использовать... Блин, просто берешь любую модельку взрослого персонажа, да, то есть высокого. Все. Он берет и перепрыгивает это дело. Не нужно там, говорю, всяких подробностей и прочее. Смешно, конечно. Что люди придумывают себе оправдание того, что они крутили персонажа, который им понравился просто. Им понравился персонаж, выкрутил персонажа, да и все. В этом смысл-то Геншина, в принципе, в коллекционировании любимых персонажей. Основная задумка Геншина в этом заключается, потому что, ну, очевидно, что все остальное здесь, ну, такое. Ну, конечно, открытый мир, вот что еще очень клевое здесь, открытый мир, музыка, все вот эти вот. Я говорю, пейзажи, даже просто остановишься посреди, где-нибудь посреди горы, да, и уже какие пейзажи вокруг, красота. Еще и музыка в тему всегда играет какая-нибудь. Чисто релакс. Главное в бездну не идти, потому что там сразу весь релакс и вся любовь к игре заканчивается, потому что это вообще худшее, что можно придумать. Так, ладно, давайте, наверное, квест Сянь Юнь. В принципе, что еще делать тут? Просто-напросто. Делики я закрыл. Это когда-нибудь я тоже закрою. Ожидание принятия. Кстати, квест Ризли так и не сделал, что забавно. Еще также у меня квест Кей, квест Фарозан, квест Хейза тоже недобиты. Ладно, давайте Сянь Юнь. Все-таки это последний контент. Привет, парадоксально, привет. Тоже в камин играешь? Я просто его засунул в пати для того, чтобы опыт дружбы фармить и все. Я не скажу, что мне сильно понравился камин. Но да, сейчас я, получается, играю им в открытом мире, чтобы как раз этот опыт дружбы зафармить. Я ж всех с персонажей.
What do you say we take a day off from adventuring and just find somewhere nice to relax? Let Paimon think. Where are some nice places we could go? Oh, why don't we pay Cloud Retainer a visit at Mount Outsong? It's been a while since we last saw that illuminated bird. She's always the one popping up out of nowhere and scaring us half to death. So let's surprise her this time.
В общем-то, да, что я пытаюсь сказать, что у меня просто команда для прокачки дружбы существует. Вот у Шеврёс уже почти 10 уровень тоже. И Камина начал, собственно, прокачивать. Поэтому да, здесь Шеврёс вообще не в тему в этой команде. Поэтому она просто для того, чтобы фармить дружбу. Не знаю. Такой вот я человек, задрот, который всех персонажей опыт дружбы фармит, всех 10 уровень опыта дружбы. Да, в принципе, просто чем еще заниматься-то в Геншине?
Here we are, right outside our place. Do you still remember the first time we came here? We even brought offerings and everything. And when we told her that Rex Lapis had been assassinated, she immediately threatened to squash Liyue Harbor. Paimon thought she'd be impossible to get along with. But now that we've spent some more time together, she's really not like that at all. We probably don't need to bring any offerings now that we've gotten to know her pretty well, right? Still, Paimon's got some snacks around here somewhere, so if she really wants something, we can just use that. Huh? Traveler, did something catch your eye?
Да, я, собственно, еще что забыл упомянуть, это же предыстория получается. Типа, предыстория того, что было до этого праздника. Как раз появление Сянь Юнь история. Откуда она взялась и почему она решила человеческий облик принять. Я так понимаю, сейчас мы это и выясним. Потому что мы первый раз ее здесь видим. Кто это? Раньше мы ее не видели.
Whoa, what a pretty lady! Is she also here to visit Cloud Retainer?
Забавно, что это как раз рекомендуемое задание. Ну, то есть пройти его до того, как ты проходишь этот ивент. Но об этом написано только на странице самого события. Ну, то есть в этом меню особом, где сроки проведения событий. Там же и написано, что это рекомендуемый квест пройти его типа до ивента. И то же самое на странице ивента самого это написано. Но я видел жалобы у людей, что он начинал, ну, то есть он до ивента, я так понял, или во время ивента он начал проходить этот квест как рекомендуемый. И он попал в этот бесконечный цикл, персонаж занят. Это вот тоже какая-то фигня вечная. Это такой бред. И я думаю, как же хорошо, что я не стал вот этого делать. То есть я просто прошел ивент себе спокойно, потому что, ну, я примерно представляю, что за предыстория. Ну, и как бы и так понятно, кто это. И только непонятна причина, почему она приняла облик человеческий. Ну, в принципе, это не столь важно для самого ивента. Поэтому он рекомендуемый, не обязательный квест. И, то есть я спокойно прошел ивент. Ну, кстати, прикольный ивент на самом деле. То есть... Единственное, что... Вот не знаю, да. Много кто жаловался, я в том числе, наверное, тоже скажу то же самое, что очень много уделили внимание камину. Да. Так, я продолжаю стрик. Ни одного стрима по Геншину без больших перерывов. Постоянно возникает что-то, на что нужно отвлечься. Именно главное во время Геншина, что самое интересное. Постоянно такие ситуации возникают. Ну, впрочем, ничего страшного. Погнали, продолжим. Как раз я только начал, я как раз говорил о том, что многие жаловались, и в том числе я тоже не сильно понял этого прикола. То, что праздник морских фонарей больше похож на квест Гаминга. Ну, то есть 3 дня посвящены именно его истории. То есть не столько празднику, сколько его личной истории отношений с отцом, да, с родителями в целом, да. Не сильно понятно, почему не сделать отдельный для него квест, да, то есть, как вот по слухам, в следующей версии должны встречу добавить с Линнет как раз. То есть отдельный story квест Линнет будет. Точно так же можно было бы, блин, про Гаминга сделать, ну, Камин. Блин, такой... Ой. Русский перевод. Русские переводчики, блин. Так, Паймон назвала ее красавицей. Подумал, что она пришла как хранительница облаков. А сама похожа на могущественного адепта.
Yeah, you're right. All it takes is one look and you can tell she's someone special. As expected of that bird lady, really. She must have a whole bunch of Adepti friends from all over the country.
Да, или ее просто надо в баннере продать.
We're both friends of
Поэтому она выглядит особенно.
friends by association, right? Want to go up to her and say hello?
Паймон, ты такая общительная. Только давай ты будешь знакомиться.
Helping you make more connections is a part of Paimon's job as your reliable guide. Paimon's got this. Hello. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the traveler.
Паймон, не надо так волноваться.
Paimon doesn't think we've met, but we're also friends of Cloud Retainer. May we have the pleasure of learning your name, Madam Adeptus?
You two... What is this tomfoolery? Has the shift in form so clouded your eyes that you no longer recognize one anymore?
Wait, you're...
Блин, реально, ну вот дизайн же ее специально сделали похожей на птицу, чтобы, блин, и персонажи говорят, что они ее не узнали. Ну как? Просто, как такое в принципе возможно? Она же сама похожа на птицу, ну то есть ее, блин, накидка вот это в виде крыльев каких-то, в виде хвоста вот это платье у нее какое-то такое, блин. Да, это хранитель облаков, очевидно же, ну.
Illuminated bird? But you look... human! How did that happen?
Oh, donning human form is scarcely any test of one's abilities.
Еще и туфли с
As for your
крылышками, блин.
confusion, one merely had no reason to indulge such inclinations before.
So, you're indulging now because...
Well, one has made plans to pay a visit to some disciples at Liyue Harbor. Taking on a human form for such a trip is simply a way to make matters less conspicuous.
You? Worrying about keeping a low profile? You're the one who likes to pop up out of nowhere all over the place. In fact, Paimon can think of several examples. Like last year, when you suddenly appeared on the top of a roof without any warning. Or...
Похоже, хранитель облаков не хочет открывать нам настоящую причину. Неужели настоящая причина заключается в том, что она все-таки хочет исследовать технологии людей? И действительно интересно. Чуть не забыл, у Паймон есть для тебя подарки.
Hey, didn't we agree not to bring that up unless she asked?
Oh, so you have taken care to follow the proper rules of etiquette after all. Most commendable.
Но вообще, кстати, это действительно...
Well,
Чё? Я
this
хотел
is all
сказать.
Paimon's got. You don't mind, right?
По поводу вот этих подарков, это правило этикета не только в плане адептов, если кто-то не знал, ну, то есть, если ты идешь к кому-то в гости, то это правило хорошего тона, прихватить чего-нибудь, ну, какой-нибудь подарок, ну, обычно к столу что-нибудь, к чаю приносят, да, там что-нибудь, какое-нибудь печенье, там, например, или что-то подобное, да, как минимум. В общем-то, да, это правило хорошего тона не только при встрече с адептами.
One has never found oneself lacking in basic comforts. On the contrary, it is the gesture that one values above all else. So long as you've shown proper respect and consideration, the quantity or quality of the gift is but a trivial matter.
That kinda makes Paimon feel a little guilty for trying to keep them for herself. Anyway, where were we before you reminded Paimon about the gifts?
Принтия Облаков сказала, что собирается навестить своих учеников.
Right. So by disciples, you must mean Ganyu and Shenhe. It's also been a while since we last saw them. Maybe we can come too.
One planned to extend the invitation even if you had not raised the matter yourself. Shenhe and Ganyu should be quite pleased to see you again. However, one would first inquire as to the reason behind your visit here. You have cause to seek one's company?
Да, ничего особенного. Просто зачилиться искали место, где бы.
Yeah, we just found ourselves missing you and wanted to see how you were doing. We were hoping you'd tell us one of your stories. Who knew we'd run into your human form while we were at it?
Is that so? If there are no urgent matters at hand, then let us make haste for Liyue Harbor. Ganyu is likely still working at Yuehai Pavilion, so that shall be our first stop.
Sounds great! Then let's all go to Liyue Harbor!
Она даже не подумала, что ей человеческое имя нужно, да? То есть изначально...
Ganyu has been quite busy with work as of late. One can count on one talon the number of times she returns to Mount Outsong each year. Shenhe has also secured employment recently. In her correspondence with me, she wrote that she shall have no need to return for the foreseeable future. Did they think one was so easily mollified? One shall investigate everything with one's own eyes and decide for oneself if their living conditions are satisfactory.
Механизм оригинальный, загадочный механизм. Почему-то от него трудно отвести взгляд. Судя по всему, новое изобретение хранителя облаков. Интересно, для чего оно предназначено. Это как будто музыкальная шкатулка какая-то. Там вон ручка какая-то. Похожа на то, чтобы ее заводить. И, собственно, цапля крутится, наверное, и звучит музыка. По крайней мере, похоже. Наверное, на какую-то музыкальную шкатулку. Так. Ну, надо в Лiyue прийти. Блин, мне интересно то, что они добавляют эти диалоги, ну, как бы вне кат-сцены, этой, да, так называемой. Как в GTA, например, да, часто очень бывает, что ты пока едешь на машине, персонажи между собой общаются, обсуждают что-нибудь. Тут типа тоже такое добавили. То есть они реально думают, что кто-то будет пешком сюда добираться, а не воспользоваться телепортом. Потому что когда ты воспользовался телепортом, сразу этот диалог сбивается. И ты не можешь его не услышать ничего. Странно, в общем.
We're almost at
Решение.
Yuehai Pavilion. Hey, do you think Ganyu will be shocked to see Cloud Retainer like this? Guess we have no idea if Shenhe and Ganyu have ever seen her in this form before. Wait, where did she go?
Она отстала, она вон там.
Why are you just standing there, Cloud Retainer?
Quietly now. One shall stay here. You two can go and meet with her.
But why? Isn't it better if we all go together?
If one were to proudly proclaim one's presence, Ganyu would surely profess herself otherwise unoccupied and drop everything to attend to one's visit. One fears that would only result in her staying up all night to make up for lost time. One does not wish to trouble her. Conversing vicariously via you two shall suffice. Do remember to inquire as to her recent well-being. Again, do not mention one's presence here.
Fair enough. Makes sense. Alright then, we'll just pass on your regards and...
Вон она уже вышла.
Cloud Retainer?
И сразу ее узнала.
Oh, busted.
Is that lady someone you know, Miss Ganyu?
She is indeed. I'm sorry, Huixin, but could we delay the upcoming meeting for a little bit? I believe my schedule today is quite full. Although, perhaps I could move some work to later in the evening.
Oh, not to worry, Miss Ganyu. I'll make the necessary arrangements right away.
Thank you, Huixin.
It's been a while, Ganyu.
Greetings. What brings you here today? And Cloud Retainer, too. It's been quite some time since I last saw you in this form.
You are quite mistaken. One is not acquainted with this Cloud Retainer of whom you speak. One is simply a mere mortal passerby.
Huh?
Да, в такой манере говорит.
Not buying it.
Как не видит ее насквозь.
That was but a simple test. One did not expect you to be able to recognize one so easily, especially after so many years of only seeing one's other form.
Не выглядит растерянно. Наверняка думает, как я могла не узнать. Ведь раньше я видела вас каждый день. Неужели вы думаете, что у меня настолько плохая память?
But recognizing you is, my responsibility as your disciple.
An apt observation. One was simply passing by while attending to some important business. One thought it would only be fitting to pay you a visit while in the area.
Wait, Paimon wasn't aware of any important...
Дошло.
Retainers right. We've still got something super important to do, so we can't stay here for too long today.
Oh, is that so? But it's been so long since we last saw each other.
One simply desired to see you and had no intention of interrupting your work. A quick conversation should suffice for today. A more involved reunion should wait until you find yourself less occupied.
I understand. That should be fine.
While one acknowledges the amount of work that you have to deal with every day, one must also remind you to rest. Though Adepti blood flows through your veins, excessive exhaustion will still cause grave harm to your body. It still makes one nostalgic to see you as you are now, respected and independent. When you were young, you oft begged one to cuddle you to sleep when you suffered from nightmares.
Cloud Retainer! Stop!
If you insist.
Это же самые классные истории, разве нет?
So one will
Истории из
refrain from
детства.
going into each and every story. Why don't you continue your conversation? One shall simply stand by and listen.
Не просто так же они маленькую Ганьи для трейлера рисовали.
Wow, you've been to so many new places since the last time we spoke. If you ever need anything, please just come find me at Yuehai Pavilion. Also, forgive me for my presumptuousness, Cloud Retainer, but if you plan to continue appearing in this form, don't you think it'd be helpful to adopt a human name?
A human name? Huh. You raise a valid point. Considering the sheer extent of one's renown, Cloud Retainer is surely too recognizable as a name.
You really think so? Not that you're not famous or anything, but that famous?
You presume to know the extent of one's illustrious achievements. One would hardly think such a thing to be possible. Nevertheless,
Ganyu's advice cannot be ignored. From this point on, when in public occasions, be sure to refer to one as Shen Yun.
Sянь Юнь?
Ah, I assume that's a reference to the full record of Pristine Pavilion. An adeptus of years past would rise with the clouds and rest with the moon. They were enlightened and wise, free and unfettered. The writer referenced Master's name to describe her carefree and spontaneous nature.
Oh, that sounds super cool! Paimon feels like only the most powerful of Adepti could rise with the clouds and rest with the moon.
Actually, those lines were originally written to describe Cloud Retainer herself.
Huh? Wait, so you're really that powerful?
And what of it? Did you truly take one to be nothing more than a bird of bigger than average size?
Not exactly.
Пойман скусили.
To be fair, Cloud Retainer rarely speaks of her past accomplishments. The tales of her past can only be found in ancient texts. It is said that once, a long, long time ago, there was a severe drought in Liyue. Left with no choice, many people left their homes, while others spent day and night praying to the Adepti. Although I did not live through such tragedy, simply reading about it is enough to gain a visceral understanding of all the pain and desperation during that time. On top of the drought, a noxious gas also began to spread through the land. If not for Cloud Retainer's efforts, much of Liyue would be nothing more than a barren wasteland today. The books had this to say about what happened. Upon arrival, the Adeptus borrowed the wind to retain the clouds. Immediately, the clouds gathered together, and abundant rain burst forth from the heavens. Drought and plague were both driven away, and the people were saved.
Wow, that's incredible!
Mortal records add embellishments to dramatize past events. One did merely with one art, and even if one had not interceded, the other Adepti would surely have stepped in to help.
Even so, you stopped an entire drought! Can you really control the weather like the book said? Oh, Paimon suddenly has a lot more respect for you. So it was Paimon's bad for calling you Illuminated Bird before. You're not too mad, are you?
How laughable. A name is but a simple label we carry with us on our journey through the world. Why would one be offended by such a trivial matter?
That's a relief. In that case, Paimon will continue to call you whatever feels right in the moment.
Well, that is quite enough ancient history for now. Ganyu, have you had word from Shenhe? One has heard that she procured a job recently. Have you any thoughts on her workplace? And what, pray tell, of her monthly remuneration? Moreover, does she find herself overly inundated with work? Is she allowed time off during Lantern Rite?
That is a lot of questions.
There is no cause for concern, Cloud Retainer. I introduced Shenhe to her employer personally. Wanmin Restaurant's business has been booming recently. So with Chef Mao being swamped with customers, and Xiangling still off and out in search of new recipes, I introduced Shenhe to staff the restaurant.
I see. Most excellent indeed. One has had the pleasure of being introduced to that family. Xiangling is kind and astute, while her father is loyal and reliable. One has no cause to believe that they will make Shenhe's work difficult. Now, it is almost time to partake in the victuals of noon. One shall visit Wanmin Restaurant in person and see how Shenhe is doing.
Huh? But didn't you just say that you had something important to do?
Can that wait until after we've eaten?
You may return to your work, Ganyu. One shall see to this matter on one's
Дела
own.
делами,
There will be
обед
many
по
occasions to
расписанию
dine
вообще-то,
together in the
да.
future. One is certain the opportunity shall present itself most readily.
Of course, Cloud Retainer. Please take care. Traveler, Paimon, I'll see you some other time.
See you around, Ganyu! Whew. Paimon was pretty quick on the uptake there, don't you think? As soon as you mentioned important business to attend to, Paimon realized that you were just looking to cut the conversation short and not take too much of Ganyu's time. Is Paimon right?
No, in fact, it was not an excuse. One is indeed visiting Liyue Harbor for an important purpose.
Wait, for real?
Oh, wonderful.
The moment is not yet upon us. Still, the truth will be revealed to you in time.
Huh. She really seems to be playing up the whole mysterious Adeptus thing right now. Is it because we just heard that cool story about her powers?
Блин, забавно, что мадам Пин не было в кат-сцене. То есть они решили немножко сэкономить, не приглашать актрису, которая ее озвучивает. Но тут она снова уже стоит. Так вот, сцена закончилась, и она всегда здесь стоит с этим столиком. Да, то же самое она говорит, как и обычно. Ну, потому что они очевидно, что они хорошо знакомы, адепты. Поэтому они бы по-любому, как минимум, поздоровались. Но решили не звать актрису озвучки, которая подарила ей голос. Поэтому не было этой сценки встречи. Блин, я что-то пытаюсь сейчас понять, я эти цветы когда-то собирал для кого-то, но я уже не помню для кого. Так, ну идем в ресторан. Сянь Лин заодно, может, увидим еще. Очевидно, что Финхэ на месте. Потому что это наша главная цель визита. Да, вон она за стойкой стоит, уже вижу.
You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, how can I not? Not even fine food is enough to distract from the presence of a fine lady, eh?
Oh, I'm far more interested in getting her details than ordering any dishes. Hey, how about you ask her?
You do it.
Блин, я хочу это увидеть, это будет очень смешно, мне кажется.
What can I get for you today?
Greetings, miss. I was just wondering if you'd be willing to...
What would you like to order?
2 servings of more meat to go. Good chat. Bye.
Welcome. It's been a while. May I take your order?
Don't welcome us as guests and greet us as old friends in the same line. It's weird.
Давно не виделись, Шинха.
Oh, and this is?
This is Miss Sянь Юнь.
Master?
Уже узнала сразу.
One does not recall ever revealing this form to you before. How were you able to ascertain one's true identity with such ease?
I've trained and lived with Master for more than 10 years. I would recognize you no matter what form you take.
You...
Is something the matter, Master?
Hardly. Hardly. One simply learned of your employment from your letter and came to check on your well-being.
And check out the great food, too!
Indeed. It's almost lunchtime. My apologies. I'm still on the clock and can't talk for very long.
Well, if it isn't the traveler in Paimon, are you here for Shenhe? The lunch rush isn't in yet, Shenhe. So I've got things covered for now. Go ahead, sit down and enjoy some time with your friends. I'll let you know if things pick up.
Thank you, Chef Mao.
Какой хороший у него начальник. Тут же дал ей перерыв. Пообщаться с друзьями. Так, погодите, а где здесь? Столик аж здесь. Здесь хороший вид, в принципе, да.
It is just as one expected. The owner of Wanmin Restaurant is indeed a most reasonable and accommodating human. Still, the work here entails dealing with quite a varied group of people. Has this been difficult for you, Shenhe?
It's been manageable so far. I sometimes run into strange people, but I have figured out a way to deal with them.
Seems like you've been making progress. So by dealing with them, you mean...
Мордой об стол она уже
First, I
говорила.
try to talk sense into them. If that doesn't work, I threaten them with violence. At this point, they usually decide they are in favor of a civil conversation.
Oh, how should Paimon put this?
А что не так? Нормально, в принципе, да. Сначала пытаешься договориться. Если не работает, уже на другой уровень переходишь. Все логично, нет? Что не так?
A sensible plan. One is gladdened to see you integrate so well into human society.
And you, Master? How have you been?
Simply marvelous. Though Mount Outsong has scarcely enjoyed your presence recently, one has hardly found the pleasure of one's own company to be lacking.
I see. Just as expected of Master.
Хранитель облаков хочет сказать, что очень по вам
I've
скучает.
missed Master quite a bit too. Even though work has been busy lately, I've already had a conversation with Chef Mao about taking some time off soon to visit Master.
Oh, you did? Do make note of such matters in your letters in the future. There's hardly a need to keep one in suspense.
Whoa, her mood shot up just like that.
By the way, Master, since you are in Liyue Harbor, have you had the chance to visit Ganyu?
Indeed. She is similarly preoccupied with her work. There was time only to exchange a few simple pleasantries.
Ganyu told us the story of Cloud Retainer's name. It was amazing. We never knew how powerful she was before.
I see. In that case, allow me to also share a story about Master's past.
Oh?
Is that a problem, Master? I believe this to be a good topic of conversation.
No, not a problem. One was simply caught off guard. But no matter. Please, proceed. One is most curious to see how much of one's own conversational prowess you possess.
Master once participated in a race against Mooncarver. After Mooncarver lost, he insisted that Master's ability to fly gave her a natural edge in such a contest. In response, Master agreed to forego flying in return for being able to use one of her devices in the race. Mooncarver accepted, only to find Master with a brand new device on the day of the contest.
Huh, what kind of device was it?
Машина.
It was a mechanical vehicle made out of iron. What was it called again? Oh, an electro-powered bicycle?
Oh, you refer to the Thunder
Электросамокат.
Flashmobile. One spent 49 days conceptualizing and crafting it. It need only be infused with adeptal energy, and it can cover thousands of miles in one day. Oh, it boggles the mind why Mooncarver ever supposed he might best me in a contest of locomotion. Though he sprinted with all his might, he could barely keep up. Alas, the one flaw of my mechanism lay in its weakness against mountainous terrain. One was thwarted mere seconds from victory when it was thrown off course and failed to make it across the final stretch. Truly a most unfortunate turn of events. Anyway, do go on, Shenhe.
Master, that was the end of that story.
Is that so? With you gone, one has seldom felt the desire to call upon those old fossils for another contest. What is a race without spectators, after all?
Have you been lonely, Master?
Lonely? At one's age, entire human generations come and go in the blink of an eye. Even one's own self-directed musings can span several days and nights. 'Tis a most foreign sentiment. The mere mention of it is preposterous. what is the reason for that look upon your face?
Врать-то зачем?
It's nothing. It's just... Well, Paimon gained a lot of respect for you after listening to that story of you summoning the rain and everything. But all it took was a few words out of your mouth and it's like you're back to being that illuminated bird again. Paimon's just a little bit confused. Which one of the two is the real Cloud Retainer?
To me, they are both Master. One is the Master that's widely revered by the people, while the other is the Master that I respect and adore.
Huh. One finds oneself exalted yet again with sweet words of praise and flattery of a most extravagant nature. You chose to exalt one with your words, yet you refuse to grace Mount Outsong with your presence for any extended period of time. One would almost question the sincerity of your estimations. This is not to say that your words paint an inaccurate picture. One has always lived by a single ideal. Eschew all action and abide by no rule. One does as one pleases and speaks as one pleases. Others may critique or praise as they see fit, yet one places little weight in such judgments.
She got like, what, 2 sentences of flattery from her disciple, and it's as if her ego is about to burst.
Do you have any empty tables?
Hey there, could we get another fish stew?
I'm hearing more guests come in. I should get back to work.
Alright, good luck with the lunchtime rush, Shenhe.
I'll try my best.
Ресторан наполняется посетителями, Паймон заказывает целую гору разной еды.
So much yummy food! Paimon's gonna feast!
Хранитель облаков, ты ешь такую еду? По вкусу ли тебе такие угощения?
One is fond of all kinds of delicacies and delights in a multitude of flavors. The dishes here demonstrate no shortage of culinary skill. Their unique flavor profile has left one more than satisfied. In fact, one has been struck by quite the fit of inspiration. One has already begun to conceptualize the next generation of supreme cuisine machines.
Everything's so tasty!
Короче, новая модель.
Still super tasty!
Я забыл, как это
I'm
называется.
sorry, miss,
Мультиварка.
but our tables are full.
Shall we try somewhere else, Granny? But it smells so delightful. Can we really not eat here? My poor legs can't go on for much longer.
Well, you could always check with some of the other guests and see if anyone's happy to share a table.
Okay, I'll ask around.
У нас как раз 2 свободных места есть за столиком.
Excuse me, would you mind letting us share a table with you? There are no empty tables left, so...
Ah, well, Paimon doesn't mind. What about you guys?
Да я тоже, в принципе, не против.
Great! Thanks so much. My name is Shuyu, and this is my granny, Yuendai.
Granny?
Yep. Is there something wrong with that?
No, Paimon's just a bit surprised. She looks so young.
Yeah. A lot of people compliment Granny on her youthful looks, but she's actually much older than she appears.
Нехорошо знакомы, походу.
Granny? Why don't you take a seat? Come on, it's not polite to stare.
Huh. Have we met before?
No.
'Tis a fated meeting, then. Please, take a seat.
What would you like to eat, Granny? I can order for you. I want braised earthworms. They always pop up out of the ground after a rainstorm. No,
This again? Granny, there's no braised earthworms on the menu. Braised earthworms? Well, that sounds weird. Do people actually eat that?
Да, похоже, что она тоже где-то в лесу выживала. Как Бер Гриллс просто привыкла уже есть такую фигню. Но тут явно это как-то связано с Хранителем облаков и то, что она на горе живет, очевидно. Где-нибудь на горе только червяки и есть в качестве пропитания. Но можно спросить вообще-то, да, почему бы нет.
Need any help? Help? Oh, do you mean with Granny? Thanks, that's nice of you to offer. Granny has pretty bad dementia, so her memory's getting worse all the time. She's always saying things that sound kinda confusing. Actually, her memory's been bad ever since I was little. But it's gotten so bad lately that I even have to remind her who I am every morning.
А где твои родители?
They died young. It's just me and Granny now. Oh, but it's okay. Don't feel bad. Granny loves me a lot, and I love her a lot too. Sure, it's hard at times, but you just gotta make the best of the life you've got. Wow, you're really tough for your age, kid. You're too kind.
And me? Oh, what about me?
You're tough too, Granny. Plus, you're really gentle, and you're always there for me.
Yes, and it's hardly as if I forget everything. I still remember the important things. Wait, what was that really important thing again? Ah, I remember now. It was a dream. I had a dream where everything was dark. Someone was standing in front of me. She told me to come and find her, and that once I'd found her, I would be free.
Huh? That sounds super important. But how come you've never told me about it before?
It was just a dream, so I forgot about it. But I'm in a good mood now, and somehow I remembered it again. Ah, you know, I believe I've had this dream a great many times. But just how many times have I had it? Now that I do not remember.
Wait, so you have a reoccurring dream where someone's talking to you? That sounds spooky. Oh, does that mean you're possessed?
Unlikely. Her eyes are clear and her breathing remains calm and level. One sees no signs of possession.
Are you sure?
Who do you take me for? Is one not an adept? Am I not an expert?
Huh, you're right. Paimon almost forgot you're the expert. In that case, do you still remember what the person in your dreams looked like, Granny?
Not anymore. Although, I have a sense that she looked rather like me. But not as I am now. My younger self.
A younger version of Granny? This is just getting weirder and weirder. What is going on here?
As one said, fate must have brought us together. You may leave the situation to me.
Are you sure? So, what are your names? Paimon's Paimon.
Меня зовут Фиксер.
Just Shen Yun is fine.
Thank you all so much for offering to help. But first, I'm sorry for asking, but, how do you want us to pay you back? Oh, we don't need any payment for this.
Нам самим интересно разобраться, что происходит.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. But Miss Shen Yun, what exactly can we do to help out this granny? All we have to go off is that dream. Where do we start?
That is elementary. Since her dreams portray her younger self, then we shall retrace the steps of her youth. Once we have revisited those places, her memories will likely return.
Sounds like a plan. So, Granny, do you remember which places you went to when you were young?
Why, of course I do. The heavens above, the earth below, the wispy clouds, and the emerald mountain streams.
Okay, taking that as a no. I might have an idea. Once, when I was really little, my dad told me that Granny used to be a martial artist heroine who saved loads of people from a disaster. If it's true, then maybe they wrote about it in the history books or something. A martial arts heroine? Oh, Shinto knows tons about Liyue's chivalric traditions. If anyone knows about the heroes of the past, it's him. Let's go find him at the Feiyun Commerce Guild.
Кстати, Сэнсю в своем новом костюме так и не появился нигде.
But I'm still hungry.
Вот что я сейчас вспомнил,
I'll
реально.
go order some food, Granny. If there's nothing on the menu you especially want, I'll just get a few different things.
It seems we must part ways for now. The Traveler and Paimon are bound for the Feiyun Commerce Guild, while Yuendai and Shuyu shall remain here and partake of their lunch. As for myself, I have matters to discuss with Streetward Rambler.
Streetward Rambler? Oh, you mean Madam Ping!
Precisely. Let us meet at Yujing Terrace once you are ready.
Ой, я же говорил, что они должны как минимум поздороваться. Просто они решили это сделать за кадром, как я и говорил, что сэкономить на приглашение актрисы.
Where are you going, Granny? Don't you like the food?
Fresh milk. I need to buy you some fresh milk.
Milk? Why?
You need to drink milk before eating, or the spicy food will make you cry. Hush, little one. Don't cry.
Granny, you're forgetting things again. I'm not a little baby anymore. I can eat spicy food now. Even the super spicy dishes, like their fish stew. I can eat 2 whole bowls, no problem.
Wonderful. Oh, wonderful. My darling granddaughter is all grown up.
Интересная мысль. Никогда о таком не слышал. Нет, я слышал, конечно, что запивают молоком острую еду, но чтобы перед приемом острой пищи пить молоко, чтобы было проще. Это интересная идея. Так он напился молока и пошел в KFC просто.
Huh. It's you two. What brings you here?
Shincho! Great, we found you! We wanted to ask you about something.
Рассказывайте все о случившемся.
That's not a whole lot of information to go off of. I don't know if I can say for sure.
Да блин, он же начитанный, он же, наверное, вообще все истории местные знает. И наверняка сразу угадает, кто она такая. Да ничего страшного, в
I
принципе.
can't pinpoint her identity from your description alone. But considering her age, I am reminded of a nameless heroine who's been featured in various chivalric novels.
Nameless heroine?
That's right. The novels often speak of a great drought from 50 years ago. As the people suffered, a nameless heroine appeared and began to clear away evil spirits in bandit camps. The people idolized her, but never learned her name. All they knew was that she always acted alone. Later, though, she supposedly fell in love with a similarly noble-minded exorcist from Mount Tianheng. They were well matched in more ways than one, often fighting together as a fearsome duo of otherworldly strength. After the drought ended, the heroine and the exorcist left the public eye and began living a reclusive life in the mountains. All that remained were tales of her incredible accomplishments. The way this nameless heroine faded from fame into obscurity later in life is not too dissimilar from Miss Yuendai. I hope that's somewhat helpful.
Thanks a lot, Xingqiu. We knew it'd be worth talking to you.
It's nothing at all. Just something I came across while reading. I did do a bit of extra research on her story, but it was just out of personal curiosity.
Well, Paimon still thinks that's super cool. Oh, wait, Xingqiu, if you've read up on her, do you know of any places often associated with her?
Let me think. In the novels, the nameless heroine always appeared near one of 3 places. Wangshu Inn, the area just north of Jueyun Karst, and Qingyun Peak. Perhaps the real-life heroine who inspired the character was also often seen near those 3 places. That would explain why those locations appear in the various novels written about her.
Спасибо тебе, Сэнсё, ты нам очень помог.
You're welcome. To be honest, I found some parts of the story confusing when I first came across it. If Miss Yuendai was indeed the original inspiration for the character, she may just be able to help me put the pieces together. It's rare for a chivalric hero to fade into obscurity during their lifetime, even after retiring from the public eye. But no one ever saw or heard from the nameless heroine again. There were even rumors that she became extremely ill. I've never understood why someone would go to such lengths to erase themselves from public memory. It's almost as if she was trying to hide from something. There's probably far more to the story than what's been written.
We'll be sure to tell you if we manage to uncover the truth.
That's a deal. Perhaps, behind the truth of it all, there lies a story more fantastical than any work of fiction.
Paimon feels like we just learned so much from Xingqiu. A drought, a nameless heroine, a life of seclusion. Wait, why does the story sound super familiar?
Похоже на ту историю, которую Ганьей рассказывала.
There's a drought in this story too! Xingqiu, are droughts super common in Liyue or something?
Well, they used to be. But people have long since developed methods to prevent them, like by cultivating the soil or digging canals. So while droughts do happen from time to time, they are rarely regarded as true disasters. The drought 50 years ago is probably one of the worst we've had in the last several centuries. The crops withered, the streams ran dry, and the monsters in the mountains became rabid and agitated. Countless caravans were attacked, and people who lost their homes came together to form bandit groups. What started as a natural disaster soon became a human tragedy as well.
That sounds awful.
Yeah, and that's exactly why the nameless heroine was so beloved. She must have been someone of true integrity, to do so much for the people while asking nothing in return. Still, as terrible as that drought was, it was nothing compared to the truly calamitous disasters that befell this land in ancient times. They say that back in those days, disasters were both more severe and more common. Only the strongest of Adepti could hope to dispel the ruin and devastation. Do you have any other questions?
We're good for now. We're just going to head back and meet up with Miss Syan Yun and the others again. Paimon hopes that Granny Yuendai will be able to remember more of her past. She used to be a great hero who saved many people. So sad that she can't recall any of it. Anyway, we'll be off now. See you some other time, Xingqiu. Thank you so much for your help.
It's no problem at all. Safe travels. Time erases everything. Even the greatest of heroes will have their legacy reduced to the small fraction of their deeds that were committed to paper. But I think the magic of chivalric novels lies in the way you can catch glimpses of a noble soul from a few mere paragraphs.
Отправляйтесь к мадам Пин. Окей, все-таки она будет здесь. Что за звуки? Там фейерверки где-то, как будто бы. Прикольно, слушайте, эмбиент появился действительно в честь праздника. Там звук такой, как будто фейерверки взрываются. Такой еле-еле слышно. Ну, понятно, самих фейерверков не видно, но фонарики он летает. Прикольно, слушайте. Только сейчас обратил на это внимание, что здесь эмбиент поменялся.
I have recorded the tune that you requested. I hope it will be of help to you.
Oh, thank you. Straight word, Ping. What has amused you so?
Oh, it's no serious matter. I was just reminiscing about the last time I saw you in this form. Time has wrought such change in this world, and yet you appear just the same as ever.
Time has little bearing on one's existence, nor has one keenly felt its effects whilst dwelling at Mount Outsong. Nevertheless, Ping, one would like to seek your counsel on a personal matter.
Oh, why so formal all of a sudden? I must say, you're making me a little nervous. What is it?
Well, the inquiry is as such. Approximately how much more would one need to afford a comfortable life in the harbor, not unlike the one that you yourself lead?
It does not require as much as you may think. Still, do you mean that...
Cloud Retainer, Madam Ping! What are you two talking about?
Nothing save for some trivial matters. Have you unearthed any useful details?
Shinto has a theory, but let's save it for when Chuyu and Miss Yundai have joined up with us again.
Приходит Юньдай и Юй.
Do not be troubled, young lady. Here, have some tea.
Thank you so much. What do you think, Chuyu? Does it match up with what you know of your granny?
According to the story, the nameless heroine eventually fell in love with an exorcist from Mount Tianheng. Maybe that's my grandpa. I don't have many memories of him, but there was this one time I found a box in our attic full of a bunch of weird sigils.
Ну, это очевидно, да, тогда. Значит, он действительно был экзорцистом. Этих, блин, что у Шэньхэ, что у этого же. Амулеты эти с надписями тоже. Они ими кидаются. Хотя я не помню, у Шэньхэ точно они есть в анимациях. Блин, Сянь Юнь. Не помню, тоже что-то такое есть, по-моему. Похоже, легенда не врет, стоит наведаться в места, упомянутые в книгах.
Granny might remember something once she's returned to a familiar place.
Она уже что-то знакомое видела.
Marvelous tea. I can taste the dew's sweetness in this cup. It's as if I was taking a stroll in the mountains, thoroughly one with nature and at peace.
Is that so? Then please drink as much as you like. There's no need to hurry. At our age, it's always nice to slow down and take the time to appreciate pleasant conversation among friends.
Thank you.
Тогда давайте отдохнем немного и тронемся в путь.
Okay, since we have the time, can I ask you something?
Sure thing. What would you like to know?
I have a secret I want to tell you. Let's go talk over there.
Интересно, что же за секрет там такой.
What's wrong, Shuyu?
Well, I've been kind of meaning to ask ever since we started talking in the restaurant, but are you guys all adepti in disguise?
Oh! How about that?
А почему ты спрашиваешь?
Well, you guys just seem super special. Plus, I think I might have heard Miss Shen Yun call herself an adeptus.
Oh, must have been a slip of the tongue. Syan Yun, since you were the one who, misspoke, maybe you can explain to Shuyu here what you really meant by that.
One is indeed an adeptus. Is that of some concern to you?
Huh?
I knew it.
Ты совсем не удивлена?
One time when I was a little kid, I saw a pure white illuminated crane. I had this super high fever, and Granny wasn't around. I was feeling all icky and gross. But then this snowy white crane flew down from the sky. She put me on her back and flew me to her cool Adeptus house and fed me some sort of magic potion. When I woke up, I was already back in my bed and my fever was gone. I really wanted to thank her, but I was too sleepy to stay awake, so I never got the chance. So, I just kind of wanted to ask if maybe any of you have ever met an Adeptus like that?
A pure white illuminated crane? The only two we've ever met are blue and white and black and brown. Have you ever met one that's pure white, Cloud Retainer?
Never has one met an adeptus with such features. One surmises such a description is but a hyperbolic embellishment that oft results from narrative accounts.
That's weird. Was it really just a dream then? Well, even if it was just in my head, it doesn't matter that much anyway. All I really want is to help Granny recover her memories. I'm really grateful for all your help.
Leave it to us! Now that we know the 3 locations, we just need to visit them one by one. Let's go to Wangshu Inn first!
Okay, I'll go get Granny.
А чё она не призналась? Это ж она и была, по идее, нет? Журавль. Ну, она понятно, что она не белого цвета, но ребенок в бреду, может, показалось там, что угодно. Температура все-таки как бы такое.
Wangshu Inn. Wangshu Inn.
Do you remember this place, Granny?
Yes. The fish here is very delicious, and if you look out into the distance, you can always spot a bird that's been left behind by its flock. I believe I used to have a room here. It had a window. Yes, I spent a lot of time looking out that window. Which room was it again? Let me look.
I'll come with.
Paimon's still having some trouble understanding what she's talking about, but if she's so familiar with this place, that must mean she lived here, right? Wait, huh? Whoa! Shao! What are you doing here all of a sudden? You scared the living daylights out of Paimon!
I sensed a non-human presence and decided to come take a look. If you're here, then there's likely no trouble afoot. I suppose there's no cause for concern. It's been a while, Cloud Retainer. I see you have returned to your previous form.
Не все ее видели в этом облике, серьезно. Видел Хранитель облаков в облике человека.
I have indeed. I fought alongside her in this form on many occasions during the Archon War.
Oh, wow! What was she like during the war? Oh, wait, let Paimon take a guess. Was it anything like this?
Behold, the glory
wary of one's newest invention, the Bang Bang continuous fire mechanism. Hands up and surrender, or be prepared to face the full might of the Adepti.
An impressive imitation.
Убедительно.
Paimon knows her all too well.
Even so, Cloud Retainer was not always as ostentatious as you describe. You may be unaware, but her talent with Adepti sigils is just as formidable as her skill in mechanics. The Archon War reached its peak after Guizhong's death. The Cloud Retainer who fought beside me in those devastating battles was taciturn and solemn, only speaking when she had to activate her sigils.
A Cloud Retainer who barely talks? Paimon can't picture it. But what happened after that? If you were so powerful in your human form, why did you decide to take up your bird form again?
Once one had bid farewell to the world of mortals, what use would one still have for such a shape? When dwelling between mountain and forest, away from the struggles and troubles of the mortal world, a mortal form is hardly the most fitting of choices.
After the war, Cloud Retainer retired to Mount Outsong, only revealing herself to the occasional visitor, and always in her avian form. Although I do believe there was an occasion some 30-odd years ago when she decided to don her human form. I believe it was for the purpose of...
One believes there is little need to relive bygone matters.
Granny, are you okay? Back then, at this place,
Perhaps this conversation should end here. I shall take my leave now. Should you encounter any trouble, you need only call my name. However, given that you are traveling with Cloud Retainer, I trust you are in good hands.
Everyone! I think Granny is finally beginning to remember her past.
Slowly now, calm your mind and recount what has been recalled.
A long time ago, I stayed here to recuperate from my illness.
Huh. So what Shinto said was true! You did fall ill! Was that why you went into hiding?
I don't remember. I'm very sorry, but I can't even remember the name of my illness. The only thing I can remember is that it took a great toll on me, and there was no cure for it. I was confined to my room in Wangshu Inn, where I spent many days unconscious. I'd come to every once in a while and stare at the migrating birds outside the window. It was a solemn sight. I remember crying, but I'm not even sure I knew why. One day, I met a traveling merchant. Upon hearing of my illness, he sold me a bottle of soul-revitalizing tea pills. He told me that the pills were concocted using Adepti blood and could be used to alleviate my symptoms. Sure enough, I made a full recovery. My illness remained dormant for several decades after that.
Значит, на самом деле твоя потеря памяти.
But if your illness remained dormant for several decades, are you saying that what you're going through now is just a relapse of what happened all those years ago? And it was all thanks to the pills that you managed to keep the symptoms in check? Paimon's brain kinda hurts. Do you remember anything else?
I'm sorry, I don't. Oh, if only I wasn't so useless.
Hey, you're not useless. You've done so much for me. Watched me grow up. Raised me. How could you say that about yourself?
Oh, fret not, dear child. Granny was just a bit frustrated. That's all.
The recovery of a person's memories is a gradual process. Finding pieces of one's past is always superior to not finding anything at all. Let us make haste to the next location.
Next location. Next location. Oh, why don't we go to the area north of Dwayun Karst next? There isn't really a landmark there, so where should we start? Oh, Paimon's got it. Let's check out the houses in the area first. After all, if she was there for any length of time, then she would have stayed somewhere, right? Oh, Paimon's really got her thinking cap on today. At this rate, we'll recover all of Granny Wendai's memories in no time.
На себя не похвалишь, никто не похвалит. Паймон, конечно, молодец. Так, ну что? Нифига, целых 3 точки сразу. Ну ладно. 132 метра. Но это место мне хорошо знакомо. Еще футуист живет. Кстати, комната что ли?
Gotcha.
Sorry, pal.
Закончились. Не, прикольно, конечно, атаки у этого камина. Забавный персонаж. Но опять же, блин, 4-звездочные персонажи, они до C6 вообще мало юзабельны. Ну, именно в плане... В плане бездны, конечно же. В каком-то мире я уж говорил, что уже сейчас его более чем хватает.
Do you remember anything about this place, Granny Wendai?
Let me think. I feel like I've been here before, but I don't think I stayed here too long. I might have just rested here briefly before continuing on my way.
Got it. That's okay. There are still plenty of other places we can check.
Wait a second. If I remember correctly, I believe I brought... Ah, yes. I brought some sweet snacks with me. Go on, take some. You need to eat a lot if you want to grow big and strong.
Oh, thank you. Then Paimon will help herself.
Зачем Паймон угощаться, если она все равно не вырастет? Ее рост не от этого же зависит, мы уже выяснили вроде как. Та же история, что с этим... с Нахидой. Да нет, на самом деле. Блин, погодите, а кто? Так-то. Я что-то запутался уже на самом деле с этой историей, блин. На самом деле это Нахида, это не это. Или нет? А, нет, это ее же это, Рухадевата превратилась в малютку. Да? И выглядела так же, как Нахида. Короче, какая-то такая история. Я уже запутался, на самом деле. Блин, вот реально, все вот эти квесты настолько редко выходят, что уже забываешь все, пока следующее продолжение выйдет этой всей истории. Все детали забудешь.
This place, it's...
Did you remember something, Granny?
I remember. Shuyu, this is where your father was born. It was a moonless night. I had been injured, so your grandpa was supporting me. We fled together with some being in the fog behind us in hot pursuit. I had exhausted my strength when the labor pains came on, so we took refuge in this house. Your grandpa set up a barrier outside, but neither of us knew if it could hold the monsters back. I remember that night. I remember falling to my knees, reciting a prayer over and over. I alone am the source of this sin. Punish me as you wish for forsaking my oath, but spare my innocent child.
Sin? Oath? Did you do something wrong?
I don't know. I don't remember. I only remember praying in the darkness with all my strength until the sun finally rose again and the fog cleared out. Eventually, the house was filled with the sound of my baby's first cries. That baby was your father. I remember I clutched him tight to my chest and wept tears of joy. It was the first time I'd ever felt such happiness in my life.
My dad?
He was my pride and joy, and so are you, Shuyu. You're so much like him, and I love you both so much. But you're always going to be different from me. Why? Just what did I do?
I don't care what you might have done, Granny. You'll always be the person I love more than anything.
You're too sweet, Shuyu. I'm lucky to have you with me. If not for you, I would not have had the courage to come here, to try to remember what I had forgotten. All right, let's not stand around any longer. There's one place left, yes? Let's go take a look.
If one recalls correctly, the next place should be Qingyun Peak. Yuandai, how fares your health?
I may be a bit slow, but I'll do my best to keep up. I'm sorry to keep everyone waiting.
Climb on. I shall carry you to the top. Oh, such lightness of weight.
All those who grow old grow frail in the end, do they not? First, you lose your memory, then your health. Eventually, you end up losing everything. My only wish is to depart this world with a lucid mind, to free myself of this torment and the burden it places upon others.
Fret not. You have my aid in this endeavor.
Интересно, конечно, эти диалоги по пути. Но тут есть смысл идти, потому что здесь 400 метров или что-то. Не так уж много. Здравствуйте, здравствуйте. Здравствуйте. Кейн, если я правильно читаю ник. У меня тут квестик. Сянь Юнь прохожу. Как ваши дела? Мне нормально. Себе нормально. Блин, что-то... Да, походу, реально надо было тэпнуться просто. Перелететь тут эту гору. Такое себе. Все правильно. Ну и хорошо. Потому что у меня, я говорю, часто возникают проблемы с тем, что правильно прочитать ник.
We're finally here. Does this place feel familiar to you, Granny One Day?
Let me see. How strange. Have I lived here before?
Среди горы. Ну да, я уже предполагал этот момент, что она как раз вспоминала про какую-то странную еду, да, про червей.
Oh my.
Я предполагал, что она где-то в горах выживала. Спасибо за фоллоу, добро пожаловать на канал. Можно, пожалуйста, узнать ваше мнение насчет 2 сборок? Ну, не во время квеста. После него можно, в принципе, посмотреть. Ну, я же не эксперт, я не знаю, зачем мое мнение спрашивать. Или просто похвастаться хорошо собранными персонажами. Ну, я говорю, после квеста разве что. Не волнуйся, вспоминай. Нам некуда
When we
спешить.
were at Wangshu Inn and the abandoned house earlier, though I couldn't remember everything, I still felt a sense of familiarity. I could easily picture myself in those places. But here, I don't have that feeling. Perhaps I did come here in the past, but it just didn't leave a strong impression on me.
But did the stories get it wrong then?
Нельзя даже ждать от книг правды до последнего слова.
Yeah, that's true. But they're also the only thing we have to go off of. Paimon was hoping this place would jog Granny Uendai's memory just like the others.
I'm sorry to disappoint you too.
It's all right. We're not going to give up yet. We'll figure something else out. Just you wait.
Thank you. If only I could remember. Huh? That way. What's that mountain?
Oh, let Paimon look! Huh? Isn't that Mount Outsong? Looks like we've come full circle.
Mount Outsong. Mount Outsong.
Granny, are you okay? Don't push yourself, Granny. It's okay if you can't remember. You shouldn't do something that makes you sad.
Mount Outsong, What am I really?
Mount Outsong holds some familiarity to you?
It does, but I can't go back.
Are you feeling unwell?
My head, it feels all heavy and dizzy. What is wrong with me?
Cloud, Miss Syan Yun, is there anything you can do?
Let us go to Mount Outsong.
But...
Fret not, all will be well. You and I, you have already given more than enough to the pursuit of this endeavor. You may leave the rest to me. I've prepared something that can aid you in suppressing the fear in your heart and restoring your lost memories. It currently resides at Mount Outsong.
Wait, really? When did you do that?
I never leave anything to chance. All will reveal itself when we arrive.
Мне на самом деле даже страшно представить, что он там изобрела, блин. Чтобы это... память ей вернуть. Мне почему-то в голову приходит что-то типа наподобие электрического стула. Чтобы с помощью электричества восстанавливать память. Какая-то такая херня. Но это из другого разряда, на самом деле. Это из орудий пыток вообще. Тут должно быть что-то нормальное. Или это то самое устройство, как раз что на столе стояло.
Here, this is it.
Huh? But isn't this the mechanism that you were tinkering with when we first got here? Oh, is it another invention of yours?
Precisely. A recent one at that. I am most pleased with the result. I call it the suspensus somnium mechanism. It periodically releases a soft breeze, which when paired with a gentle adeptal tune, can help the listener subconsciously relax and even enter a semi-hypnotic state. Soothing agitation and anxiety, relieving exhaustion and insomnia, its potential uses are numerous indeed. And of course, it can also aid in the recovery of lost memories.
Whoa, what a cool gadget! But if you had it all along, why did you keep it to yourself until just now? We could have come to Mount Outsong right off the bat and saved time on a lot of floating.
How preposterous. Had Yuendai not recalled much of her past through her own efforts, the device would have nothing to draw upon. We Adepti can only help those who first resolve to help themselves. Had she lacked such determination and strength of character, one would have little to offer in way of assistance.
Paimon thinks she gets it now. Hey, what's that other thing?
As previously mentioned, A gentle adeptal tune is required to take full advantage of the mechanism. One secured
Я же говорил, музыкальная шкатулка.
only with her melodies can the mechanism reach its peak power.
Oh, Paimon can feel what you mean. Paimon's body feels light as a feather. It's as if she's lying down on a warm patch of grass after a super satisfying meal.
And you and I, is the mechanism helping you to relax? It appears she
Даже
has
слишком
already
расслабилась.
the depths of reverie. Come, join one on this side. We shall give her some time to herself.
The drought is over. But why do you look like you want to cry?
The potion. It's nearly run its course.
I've never regretted meeting you. Not even for a second.
Please. Please, no. Have you forgotten? This is the world you left behind. One of gentle breeze and morning dew, perfectly straddled betwixt the realms of heaven and earth. This is your home. This is where you belong. You should have never left. The you of the past, the me from not that long ago. We should have never.
So that is the truth. No wonder this place is so familiar.
Granny! Granny, are you okay?
Cloud Retainer.
Your memories have returned.
Wait, did you just call her by her full name? Does that mean you already knew each other?
Yes, I now remember everything. Everything.
Granny, please don't cry. I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, don't worry, my dear child. Granny is fine. I'm so sorry, everyone. You've gone to so much trouble on my behalf. It's all come back to me now. The most important thing that I had forgotten was the truth of what I once was.
One can sense the guilt that now plagues your conscience. Reclaiming a truth long buried is sure to come with a myriad of complex emotions. Perhaps one should recount the story on your behalf while you compose yourself.
No, it's okay. Now that I've remembered, I must face my memories head on. Shuyu, everyone, I cannot thank you enough for all your help. I'm ready to tell you my story, if you're willing to listen.
Please, Granny, don't force yourself. What happened in the past doesn't matter. I love you more than anything. Nothing you say can change that.
I know, dear child. My feelings for you are exactly the same. It is for this reason that you deserve to know the truth. Some time ago, I made a terrible mistake. One for which I could never atone.
Is this the sin that you mentioned in Dwayun Karst? What happened?
I am, in truth, not a human being. My real form, one that I held for centuries, was that of a wild crane. I spent many, many years living on Mount Outsong, bathing in the soft breeze and drinking the sweet dew of the mountains. At some point, I somehow gained wisdom and sentience. The Lord of the Mountain
cloud retainer, became aware of my existence and began to share many stories with me. She even passed on the secret of cultivation to me. Though she never took me on as a formal disciple, I always saw her as my master. Whenever she took out her tools to work on mechanisms or new inventions, I would also stand next to her and watch. I even contemplated completing my training and becoming an adeptus in my own right. I followed her teachings, and time gradually passed us by. Until that fateful day 50 years ago.
50 years ago?
Когда ли ее поразила страшная засуха?
That's right. Master regaled me with many stories of her past deeds. From them, I learned how she had saved people from a similar crisis in the past. She was the one I looked up to the most. More than anything, I dreamt of becoming an adeptus like her. I wanted to travel the land like she had, relieving suffering wherever I went. But I was still far from being a real adeptus. I possessed no ability to take on human form and fit in with the crowd. Once she learned of my desires, Master prepared a special dose of human mimicry potion for me. She warned me that the potion's effects would only last 10 years, and if I were to fail to return to my original form at the end of that time, I would forever forget my past as a crane and become something neither human, beast, nor adeptus.
Oh no. So that was the source of your dementia all along.
Ты не приняла прежний
Was
облик.
it because of Grandpa?
Indeed, I fell in love. Though he was human, he had spent his entire life training on Mount Tianheng. When we met, it was not only my first foray into the world below, but his as well. Although clumsy and impulsive as he was, you'd think he was the real strange bird among the two of us. But still, just like me, he cared deeply about the world and wanted, more than anything, to cleanse it of all pain and suffering. I could not help but fall for him. But my time continued to tick away. Those 10 years passed by in a flash. Yet I did not want to leave his side, so I...
Oh no. What happened next?
I committed an offense. I wanted to stay with him, even if it meant living a life full of pain and suffering, even if it meant that I would eventually turn into a monstrosity. I knew I had betrayed Master's hopes, but I was too ashamed to face her. So I wrote her a long letter instead and asked someone to leave it outside her abode. I was convinced that she would not support my decision, and I lacked the courage to speak to her face to face. In my shame, I fled and tried to hide from the world, such that no one would be able to find me again.
Ну что, и безымянная героиня ушла от мира.
But that was only the beginning of my troubles. I began to suffer from a strange illness. My memories became hazy and confused, and I could no longer keep myself awake. I understood that my pain was caused by my refusal to return to the life I was fated to lead. Along with my memories as a crane, I soon forgot the true cause of my suffering as well. I knew only that I had committed a sin. All I could do was pray for forgiveness, even if I had long forgotten what needed to be forgiven. Looking back, I was beyond lucky to have come across that traveling merchant at Wangshu Inn. It was such a fortunate coincidence that we were there at the same time. If it weren't for those soul-revitalizing tea pills, I probably would have...
Granny! What's wrong?
Coincidence? Why did I ever think it was a coincidence? Tea pills concocted using the blood of an adeptus? No, it couldn't be. Master, don't tell me. Back then, That merchant was actually...
Human custom would dictate the conferral of gifts to be in order when one's progeny is wedded, would it not? Consider the pills a symbol of one's best wishes.
So when I tried to conceal my name and mistakes from the world and hide myself away in perpetuity, the only person I managed to deceive was myself. You knew where I was all along.
One still remembers when you were but a fledgling. You possessed a certain fondness for a particular game. You would hide yourself among a group of wild cranes and ask one to pick you out from among the flock. One found you with such ease every time. 'Tis a truth most evident. One always recognizes one's own, no matter what form they may take.
Wait! Paimon's confused! So, Cloud Retainer, you found Yuendai again? But how? When? And what happened after that?
Perhaps it is now time for one to recount the rest of the tale.
А, точно, не было ж еще демки, где можно поиграть Сянь Юнь. Чем прикольно, что она здесь одна. Как обычно, C3. Это ультимейт, да? Сила атаки повышается. Интересно. Интересный артефакт. Ну, понятно, тут сигнатурка. Такая у него странная сигнатурка. 16% силы атаки. Большая база. Но у нее, по-моему, все скелется от атаки, в том числе и хил, насколько я помню, да? Да. Поэтому, собственно, у меня базовая атака.
If you are present, one was furious upon receiving your letter. Seized with anger, one set out to bring you to your senses.
Прикольно она прыгает, конечно. Опа, погодите, ты что? Я уже думал, что это момент, когда еще недостроено было.
In truth, one had more than a few misgivings about your chosen partner. As an exorcist, his talent was lacking. One could hardly say his skill with sigils was any better. But soon, one came to appreciate the devotion he bestowed upon you during your illness. He never uttered a complaint and rarely left your side. Unwilling to begrudge someone of such character, one decided to overlook his aforementioned deficiencies, glaring though they may have been. Wishing to grant you a life without regrets, one gathered many divine ingredients and used one's own blood to create a form of medicine. Though imperfect, it managed to suppress the more dire effects of your illness. As for how to deliver the medicine, after much contemplation, one eventually decided to perform the deed oneself. One took great care to alter one's features and select the appropriate attire. Only after meticulous scrutiny did one finally set out for Wangshu Inn. As one expected, you were most ignorant of one's true identity. You showed not even the slightest inkling of recognition.
Усы просто прилепила себе.
Was quite torn. Should one have celebrated the success of one's disguise, or mourn the loss of your acquaintance?
Это такое смешное клише на самом деле. Всегда, когда кто-то спрятаться хочет, какие-то усы просто прилепит и все. И сразу никто не узнает. Ну чё, можно было как этот, как Супермен, очки. Хотя, ну да, она и так в очках ходит. Опа. Сундук. Да, я, кстати, не особо смотрю по сторонам тут. Может же быть такое, что это не один тут.
If you are amenable, even considering your loss of memory, one was simply flabbergasted that you could so easily forget the consequences of consuming medicine infused with adeptal blood. Its proclivity to attract monsters is hardly that complicated of a concept to remember. To think that you tried to travel while weak from sickness and heavy with child. Had one not intervened to clear the fog, all of you would have been lost during the night.
В общем-то, да, я уже тоже привык, что вся эта история. Вообще привык к тому, что уже не прячут сундуки в таких квестах просто-напросто. Поэтому уже и не ищу их особо. Блин.
Those monsters would hardly have pursued you with such ferocity without sufficient incentive. They were likely incited by the presence of godly remains.
Странные вещи опять наблюдаю. Блин, главное, чтобы сейчас не было приколов никаких с отключением света. Потому что там электрики пришли, походу, соседям что-то чинить. Ладно, надеюсь, грамотные люди пришли работать. В общем, да, тут история-то уже заканчивается, в принципе, чуть-чуть осталось, по идее.
Said godly remains, in turn, were likely drawn to the trace of one scent on your body. One was, after all, an active participant in the Archon War. Some of the gods were likely shattered by contraptions of one's very making. In the end, one was relieved to see you endure through the night. At the break of dawn, one heard an infant's cry pierce through the air, and one saw you carefully cradle the child to your chest. Although certain mortal matters remain foreign to me, one could not help but be moved by your joy. To see you happy, that was more than enough.
То есть она их и оберегала, да, когда они от монстров убегали, собственно.
Skyward! Scatter! Now you should have a complete understanding of the events.
Wait, but if that's true, then the crane who took care of me when I was sick must also be...
Ah, one had almost neglected to recount the absurdities of that tale.
Еще одна история. Я же говорил, что это она была. Блин, мясо птицы. Я бы его не подбирал. Ему лет 300, наверное. А, ну, собственно, да, это история. Огонь. Сходила помочь ребенку.
Just as you and I troubled one with her antics, so did you give one many a headache. Upon finding you burning with fever, one made plans to bring you back to one's abode for treatment. However, upon seeing one's form, you began to cry, refusing to get on one's back. When one asked you why, apparently you believed that one could not possibly be a true Adeptus, because all illuminated cranes are white from tip to toe. One had no choice but to apply powder to one's body to conceal the variegated nature of one's appearance. You became more than amenable enough when one stood before you devoid of any other coloring. It bears mentioning, however, that as a crane, Yuandai was nearly entirely pure white in color. Though you had never encountered her in that form, you still recognized the essence of her being. Perhaps fate brought you two together in more ways than one. Now all has been revealed. One owes you an apology, you and I. One recognized you upon your very entrance into Wanmin Restaurant. One has always viewed you as a disciple of equal standing with Ganyu and Shenhe. Indeed, one wished to bring your story to a satisfactory end with this visit to Liyue Harbor. Still, one could not reveal your identity right away. Had one simply informed you of all you had lost, all those cherished memories would merely have become the fictionalized account of another. Memories are most meaningful when recalled by those who lived through them. Would you not agree? Even if the process was painful and arduous to experience. Have you any further inquiries?
Master, I must ask. If you found me all those years ago, why did you leave me be, even though you knew about my mistake? Why did you not bring me back to Mount Outsong by force?
One has never regarded your action as a mistake. It was a simple choice, nothing more. When it is time for one's progeny to leave the nest, it is the responsibility of an elder to let them fly free. Yet, when your wings grow weary and the night grows dark, just know that you always have a place to which to return. 'Tis a refuge referred to by many a name in mortal writing. Home, nest, haven. Whatever its denomination may be, its essence remains quite unchanged. One speaks, of course, of a place not unlike one's own abode. One's disciples are free to come and go as they wish, yet the door remains forever open to those who wish to return. One rather hopes you count yourself among them.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You and I. One expects you too have sensed the rapid deterioration of your condition as of late. Have you not? 40 years ago, you chose a path without a future. Though one used one's own blood to provide you with a few decades of extra time, it merely delayed the inevitable. One may have extended the path, yet one was unable to alter its final destination. Even the power of an adeptus has its limits. Had your condition continued to deteriorate, you would have forgotten your life as a human entirely. In the end, you would have turned into a creature lacking in the ability to even comprehend its own monstrousness. Fortunately, you were able to avoid that scenario by reclaiming your memories. Though one sped the process along by providing some guidance, the result is entirely a reflection of your own effort.
So, what's gonna happen to Granny?
One will help her reclaim her original form as a wild crane. If it be fated, she may recover her sentience one day.
She's gotta go back to being a regular crane, huh?
Нет другого выхода.
You've already done more than enough for me. I don't know how I could possibly repay your kindness. This is a better result than I could have ever hoped for. How much time do I have left?
Not long. The transformation is imminent.
Granny? Please don't leave, okay? You're all I have left. Please.
Don't be sad, dear child. Granny has led a wonderful life. My only regret is having to leave you behind. Don't forget to eat well, okay? A growing young lady like yourself needs lots of good food to grow big and strong. Promise Granny you'll take good care of yourself when I'm gone.
I promise, Granny. I'll do whatever you say.
Good girl, good girl. Don't worry. It's not goodbye forever. Granny's gonna become the most formidable crane in all of Mount Outsung. Granny will train day and night. I won't stop until I can turn into a human without having to rely on anything but my own power. When that day comes, we'll be able to live together again. You and I. How's that sound?
Good.
That's a good girl. Even though we won't see each other for a little while, as long as we both work hard, we're sure to meet again someday.
I'll eat well, Granny. I promise. And I'll wait for you, no matter how long it takes. I'll wait for you to come back.
That's a good girl. Then Granny really has no more regrets. I'm so sorry, Master. Thank you for everything.
Xiu.
Let her be. At her age, crying is a natural, if not fitting, response to such an event. Tears are a necessary part of maturation. Sometimes there is scarcely a better vehicle to wash away the toll of stress and misery. Now that the issue has been resolved, you should also take a moment to relax. Give yourself some time to rest. Take a nap if you must. One will wake you in due time.
always believed we would see each other again. That our days of separation would finally end. And all my troubles would be behind me. If only things could stay this way forever.
A nightmare? Curious. If you're relaxed, shouldn't your dreams be pleasant?
It was a good dream. It's just...
You weren't ready to wake up. Eloquent as one may be, words of comfort are not one's strong suit. You are doing all you can. One can see your strength of will, your fearlessness in the face of danger. And so, whatever your dream may be, one believes that you shall achieve it. Of course, whenever the perils you face overwhelm you, or you become weary, one is always here for you. After all, as an elder, it is only right to look out for the young ones.
Grilled chicken drumsticks. Huh? Was Paimon sleeping just now? Oh, Paimon wasn't talking to you. Paimon had a dream about eating grilled chicken drumsticks, that's all. Madam Adeptus? Oh, Shuyu, you're awake. How do you feel? I feel a little better. Thanks. I know I'll see Granny again someday, so I don't feel so sad anymore. Madam Adeptus, could I ask you something? Would you take me in as a disciple?
Oh, and have you reasons for this sudden interest?
I know Granny thought what she did back then was wrong. She felt really bad about it. But without that mistake, I would have never been born. Even though Granny lost her memories, she never forgot to show me how much she loved me. So, I thought maybe one day, I could become a cool Adeptus like you, and help a whole bunch of people, just like Granny wanted to do.
Upon some reflection, one supposes you are no mere mortal. The fact that Yuendai's blood flows through your veins is proof enough of that. If this is what you desire, one shall make it so.
Thank you so much, Madam Adeptus. No, I mean... Master.
Chuyu, are you sure about this? Paimon's gonna let you in on a little secret. We've seen Cloud Retainer's 2 other disciples, and they pretty much eat nothing but bitter herbs like chin-chin and violet grass. If you join them, you'll never enjoy Wanmin Restaurant's delicious cooking ever again.
How utterly preposterous. One has never enforced such a rule. Every individual must find their own path to enlightenment. So long as one retains a pureness of spirit, one's dietary proclivities are quite irrelevant.
Well, you say that, but Paimon's not seeing any tasty treats up here now, is she?
Although Mount Outsong is rich in natural beauty, Its location does preclude access to certain finer mortal comforts. That is precisely why one plans to relocate to Liyue Harbor. Shu Yu shall have the honor of becoming one's first disciple in the human world.
Whoa, you're leaving Mount Outsang?
И поэтому ты приняла облик
One
человеческий,
has
да?
never concerned oneself with the location of one's residence. From the very beginning, one has sought only solace and peace. Yet in the end, all of one's disciples ended up in Liyue Harbor. Ganyu, Shenhe, Yuan Dai, they all chose a life among the mortal world. One has reflected on this fact for many years now. One can only assume that it is due to some failing on one's part as an elder or master. A failing, perhaps, of recognizing what it was they truly wanted. One is most curious as to what aspect of Liyue Harbor could have enticed them to remain there. One could hardly offer an opinion on the matter, but perhaps some time in the harbor will prove instructive. Why are you all so
Это
silent?
странный вопрос на самом деле. Она же столько лет живет. Должно быть очевидно же, что...
Shocked, that's all. So, does this mean we can grab a meal together in Liyue Harbor sometime?
One has precious little time to squander. However, if one finds oneself otherwise unoccupied, one would not be opposed to the idea. One will be assuming the identity of a human while residing in Liyue Harbor. You should take care to avoid disclosing one's true identity.
Don't worry, we'll help you keep it a secret. So, when can we expect to start seeing you in the city?
Perhaps in 2 days' time. One has some matters to see to before one's departure. Preparation is the key to success, after all. One plans to put up various items from one's collection for sale. The earnings should provide for a comfortable living in Liyue Harbor. One has already picked out a handsome property near Chuhu Rock. 'Tis no small purchase, but what is mortal life if not one expense after another?
Seems like you've really thought of everything. Then how about we meet up in Liyue Harbor in 2 days?
A sensible plan. See you then. Oh, also, why don't you take this suspense somnium mechanism as a souvenir? Anytime you should feel ill at ease in the future, you may try quieting your mind and sitting in meditation as you listen to its melodies. It might help you find a new perspective.
Awesome! Thanks, Cloud Retainer! Hey, didn't we promise Shincho that we'd tell him what we found out? Should we make a trip to the Feiyun Commerce Guild? It's totally up to you.
Блин, ну катсценка, конечно, с этим сном, где это воссоединение близнецов. Конечно, да. Сколько лет еще пройдет, прежде чем мы это увидим? Не во сне каком-то, а реально в сюжете уже.
So, about your move to Liyue Harbor, you gonna tell the other Adepti about it?
I have left an explanatory note in my abode. Those 2 old fossils will discover it, I am sure, should they come seeking my company. Considering their recent penchant for going off on private escapades, however, I find myself caring little for how they shall receive this news.
Ну, в общем-то, да, выяснили. Историю ее уже, в принципе, все.
We have a friend who helped us learn a lot of information about your granny. Is it okay if we tell him the full story?
Sure. I don't think Granny would mind. As long as you don't tell a whole bunch of people. I don't think she'd want too many people to know. They might go to Mount Outsong and start bugging her about it. Granny needs to focus on her training, you know? But telling a friend or two is probably fine.
No worries, our friend can keep a secret.
Я уверен, кстати, что все стримеры пошутили на тему, то, что ее зовут Юань Дай. Но я не буду опускаться до этого. Так, погодите, а чё? Не сейчас? А, подождите, я думал, мы с Синцю пойдем поговорим сейчас, а потом будем ждать время. Она говорит, сразу ждать надо. Как обычно. Все как я люблю. Ну, кстати, послезавтра. С утра сразу и пойдем.
Boom booms and eyes, and boom booms and mouth. And I need to tighten up that part.
Смешные он звуки, конечно, издает очень. Ну, видимо, эфирное время Синцю закончилось. И так слишком много ему уделили времени в этом квесте.
Your concerns are excessive and unfounded. This is but a simple collection
Привет,
of
Кирилл,
ordinary
привет.
valuables. Such intense scrutiny is hardly necessary.
To be quite honest, your insistence on that fact is my primary cause for concern. In what way are any of these ordinary? Every single item here could be worth more than everything I own combined. I simply can't risk shelling out that kind of mora without proper scrutiny. If I'm wrong, I would never be able to earn it back, not even if I worked every single day for the rest of my life. I have to be careful. Yes, you can never be too careful.
Джунли надо было пригласить, он бы помог разобраться с этим вопросом.
Ah, perfect timing. This ignoramus is questioning the authenticity of my wares. I'll have you know, these items have remained untouched in my personal collection for several hundred years. To question their legitimacy is pure folly.
Several hundred years?
Indeed. They're family heirlooms, you see. Passed down
Уже
over many
спалился.
generations.
В первом же разговоре.
Yep, they've definitely been around a while. We can vouch for her on that one.
Hear that? Had I not found myself in need of Mora, I would scarcely have had the heart to part with them. Indeed, you should consider it an honor to even have the opportunity to behold them with your own eyes. Doubt their authenticity any further, and I may just decide to take them to another buyer.
Whoa, please don't go! I apologize for any insult, miss. You see, I know full well that I lack the knowledge to judge the true worth of these items. If you could wait but a moment, I've hired an expert to appraise them for me. He should be here shortly.
An expert, you say? Very well. I will wait for a little while longer, then. Traveler, Paimon, this is my new residence. If you have cause to seek my company in the future, this is where you can find me.
Master! Oh, it's you two again. Hello.
Shoo-you! You got a new outfit! It looks great on you.
Mm-hmm. Master made it for me. I like it too.
Талисман ей сразу вручила какой-то с этим, с этой веревочкой красной.
Do I know how to make clothes? With the support of the proper mechanism, sewing is hardly a challenge.
Master, I brought in most of my stuff. There's a few boxes left, but they're kind of heavy, so I just left them outside.
Fret not. I shall help you move them into your room.
Actually, I should probably sort through my stuff a bit first. Everything's kind of messy right now, so maybe you could, not look yet, Master? Yeah, that'd be great.
It appears my young apprentice has her own fair share of secrets. No matter. Do what you must, child. Now, this expert you mentioned. When can we expect their arrival?
Soon. Ah, there he is! Here, allow me to make some introductions.
Я знал.
Zhang Li, a well-respected consultant at Wangshang Funeral Parlor and an expert in all manner of valuables and antiques. Mr. Zhang Li, this is Miss Shen Yun. She's the one who's looking to sell the collection of valuables I
Они
mentioned.
хорошо знакомы.
Huh.
Ah, if it isn't Miss Shen Yun. It has been quite some time since our last meeting. What a serendipitous reunion.
Indeed, most serendipitous. Have you been faring well as of late, Mr. Zhongli?
Quite well, thank you. I was fortunate enough over the past few days to enjoy both a stroll in the mountains and a fresh brew of tea from the most recent harvest. The experiences left me with such insight and peace.
Huh. So you two are already acquainted?
Indeed. How fortunate we are that fate has brought us together again. If you are otherwise unaware, allow me to inform you that Miss Shen Yun is a well-regarded collector and appraiser. She is well-versed in all fields, and oft-celebrated for her impeccable taste. You stand to gain much from this opportunity.
You are too kind, Mr. Zhongli. True collectors pride themselves on their wealth of knowledge and eye for detail. I can say without a doubt that you are foremost in that regard.
Why, you flatter me, Miss Shen Yun. It would seem that you are as self-effacing as ever.
Not at all, Mr. Zhongli. Not at all.
While I am loath to butt into this conversation, I must ask, you two already knew each other, and you seem to have quite a cordial relationship. Can I be certain that you're not working together to swindle me? I mean, you never know.
Huh! A preposterous accusation! The heavens themselves would collapse before we would conspire to do such a thing.
Miss Shen Yun speaks the truth. Contracts are built on honesty and trust. If that proves to be beyond your capabilities in this instance, this transaction may be taken elsewhere.
Say no more. Let us depart.
I jest. What fool would still harbor doubts after Mr. Zhongli himself has vouched for the goods? Miss Shen Yun, wait!
Удивительно, конечно, сколько лора было написано в этой игре, но жаль, что в большинстве своем это болтовня. Ну, болтовня, да, она... Кстати, вот что самое интересное, что весь лор, он в квестах, которые не озвучены. И вся болтовня, наоборот, как раз озвучена. То есть вся в большинстве своем неважная болтовня, вот как вот этот квест, собственно, да. То есть он какую-то часть лора дает, да, но буквально там крупинку какую-то лора, да, и рассказывают отдельную вообще историю персонажа, которого, в принципе, могли и не вводить в сюжет. Ну, то есть отдельный журавль, который превратился в человека, из-за этого заболела она. Короче, блин, да. В общем-то, эта история не столь важна в плане общего лора игры, да. Но это раскрывает персонажа, собственно, да. Сянь Юнь более. Поэтому, как бы... Ну, блин, да. Короче, есть в этом смысл. Ну да, большинство это болтовня. Ну, блин, это аниме. Чему удивляться? Аниме, вон, блин, самый известный Наруто. Сколько там тоже филлерных серий, бесполезной болтовни и прочего. Чисто для развлечения аудитории. Ну, здесь ровно так же все сделано. Вот эта сценка, это самый яркий пример как раз, да. Встретились, блин, адепт и этот архонт местный, ну, властелин камня. Типа, и продают ее коллекцию, блин, какому-то челу просто рандомному. А тот просто в ахере стоит, не может понять, что происходит. Ну, я говорю, это типичная аниме-сцена, блин. В аниме часто такое, чтобы разрядить обстановку, чисто поржать делается. Поэтому тут чего удивляться-то.
I deeply apologize for doubting you. So, Mr. Zhongli, could you please give me a final verdict on the value of these items?
There is no cause for concern. They are indeed rare and precious valuables. Take this mechanism, for instance. Though one may not immediately perceive its purpose, its structure and appearance are exquisite enough to merit it a place in any fine home. The same can be said for this one here. Few could hope to possess an item that so perfectly blends mechanical wonder with geometric grace. I am sure you have heard from your travels that the study of mechanisms is among the most wondrous arts in this world. With that in mind, I earnestly recommend procuring every last item in this collection.
All right. Since I hired you as my consultant, Mr. Zhongli, I shall, of course, trust your good opinion. Then, in that case, Miss Shen Yun, I'll take the lot. However, since the final sum is quite large, how about we start with an initial deposit through the Northland Bank?
The Northland Bank? Huh. Oh, you refer to the fiduciary house. Oh, very well.
Гениальная лапка.
People only use the term bank nowadays. In that case, I'll be off for now. I'll return to collect the goods once you've received the funds.
Ларек, блин, обменник. Просто. Смешно, да.
My friends, have you been doing well?
We've been great. How about you? Paimon didn't know you were such a busy consultant.
My days have been quite pleasant as well. I had been quietly enjoying a cup of tea when Mr. Xiaozu requested my services. As for you, Miss Shen Yun, I presume you must be looking to settle in the city?
I must say, the name Shen Yun sounds exceedingly strange coming from you. Perhaps you could dispense of that particular epithet in further conversation.
Whatever for. Am I not addressing you as a friend should?
Well, that is true, but... Alas, refer to me however you will. After all, a name exists such that others may address you with it. One is hardly ignorant of that fact.
It would seem that you have gained many valuable insights over the years, Cloud Retainer.
One has indeed. One's previous stays were all brief. Now that one has made up one's mind to move and settle, one has gained a much better appreciation of the hubbub and commotion of the city, as well as the people's hard work and ardor. This city is much changed from how it was more than 1,000 years ago.
Not unlike the ocean tides, so too shall the movement of people ebb and flow. From turmoil to peace, enlightenment to aspiration. Human society possesses limitless potential. In another 1,000 years, the scene we witness here may change in ways that are impossible for either of us to imagine.
Alright, that's enough reflection for one day. No need to get all sentimental on us.
You make a valid point, Paimon. Now that the sale has concluded, what say one plays the host as we try some specialty dishes together? One must profess great interest in trying bamboo shoot soup.
Perhaps you have forgotten, Cloud Retainer, but I once tried my hand at that dish. You were at the table on that occasion, so logic dictates that you should have already tried it.
Oh? What occasion was this?
It was a reunion between friends several centuries ago. Alas, you must have been too preoccupied to secure yourself a portion. Or perhaps our other companions simply availed themselves of faster reflexes on that occasion.
Huh! Hardly. 'Twas most
Шутка
certainly out of
выколю.
consideration for the others in attendance. In but a moment, one will show you what it means to have a true deftness of hand. It is settled then. Bamboo shoot soup, mora meat, crab roe tofu, triple-layered consommé. We shall enjoy the lot. One has already passed word to Shenhe and Ganyu to make a reservation. It is prime time for them to meet one's newest disciple. Is that agreeable to everyone?
It should be a most splendid occasion.
Спасибо, хранитель
Shu-yu,
облаков.
come now, it is time to dine. Ah, this gentleman over here is Mr. Zhang Li. He is,
A
Консультант.
humble employee of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Nice to meet you too, Mr. Zhongli. That should be everyone, right? Let's go! Sounds good. Actually,
Master, have you ever tried Adeptus' temptation? I heard it's impossible to stop eating after even just one bite. You know, 'cause it's super tempting and stuff. Is that true?
That sounds rather implausible. Although with the right preparation, certain dishes can be too delicious to resist.
Huh? Why are you all walking so fast? Hey, wait for Paimon! Hey, wait up!
Не, классная история, кстати. Правда, опять же, я, наверное, через месяц уже забуду, что тут было, но приятные впечатления останутся. Прикольно, в принципе, да. История такая. В 6 утра сел на автобус до 11 и ехал, в 16:30 потом обратно ехал до 10 часов вечера. Невероятно пиздец, отсидел себе все, что можно. Не, у меня был рекорд, я больше суток как-то ехал на автобусе. Но я уже рассказывал, по-моему, на одном из стримов эту историю, блин. Я домой возвращался, блин, хер знает откуда. На автобусе, блин, с пересадок. Решил ехать. Ты ебанулся, нет? Ну так получилось, потому что было далеко. Я не помню. Вот сейчас я уже не помню, кстати, точно, но, по-моему, больше суток я ехал. То есть я в 10 часов утра сел, и среди дня, или даже к часам к 4 вечера я приехал. Собственно, пункт назначения. По-моему, да. Больше суток. Не, ну автобус нормальный был, в принципе, ну, как терпимо было. Я говорю, я не помню каких-то уже, чтобы у меня были прям совсем негативные впечатления. Да, типа, понятно, что долго, не сильно комфортно. Но остановки-то были, как бы, понятное дело, что выходил погулять. Блин, я это все читать не хочу уже, на самом деле. Всего без подписи. Потом прочитаю. Запись сохранилась. Если захочется сильно. Потому что я подозреваю, что в следующий раз, когда я сюда приду, здесь уже ничего не будет, никакого письма. Хотя, кто знает. Может, и будет. Кицин пришла, кстати, к нему. Прикольно.
One may have won the kite flying competition, Yuhung, but this prize should truly be reserved for another.
You need not be so humble,
Ah.
Adeptus. Among all the kites, yours was quite literally a cut above the rest. Please accept this prize. You deserve it. Besides, I'm quite certain we owe a fair share of the success of this year's lantern rite to you.
Да, это уже
Then one can hardly continue to refuse.
Праздник как раз.
However, there is another matter with which one would ask your assistance.
Of course.
One would be much obliged if you could distribute this case of Sunglow tea among the Millilith on duty. The security of the festivities rests entirely on their shoulders, after all. One presumes they could always benefit from something to invigorate their spirits.
Cloud Retainer is so thoughtful and attentive to others' needs. I would expect nothing less of an esteemed adeptus such as herself. Understood. I'll get on that right away.
A fortuitous result indeed. One's tea surplus has hitherto resolved itself.
Короче, да, забавно, да, этот момент тоже. Отсылка на то, что было в квесте, когда продавец чая ее разводил. Сначала говорит, типа, там, три пачки чая, типа, по цене 2, там. Потом, говорит, 5 пачек со скидкой, типа. И потом, типа, 10 пачек чая за полцены. И она говорит, да, согласилась, короче, накупила чая, жаловалась, и все. Вот, избавилась от него, наконец. Довольно. Да, смешно, конечно. Адепт. Но, да. Как и любой другой простой человек ведется на уловки. Блин, а вообще где-то я видел список всех персонажей, кто где стоит. И, собственно, их разговоры можно послушать. Сейчас я, наверное, не найду уже этот список. Потому что в этом году они еще в таких каких-то местах тоже, ну, как обычно, в самых неожиданных местах они стоят. Вот, да, вот. Вспомнил. Двое есть.
Our kite is so high up. Thank you for inviting me, Yao Yao. I am having a lot of fun.
I'm glad. If you want, we can go fly kites some other time too. The fun doesn't have to end today.
Really?
How about we do it during the day next time? That way, we can see the design better. When it flies super high up, it will look exactly like a real finch.
Okay. Can I take this kite to bed with me?
But of course.
Да, странная просьба, конечно. Ну ладно, цицы в любом случае, она странная. Зомби все-таки, что поделать. Блин. А где Ганьюй стоит? И Шэньхэ? Вспомнил бы хотя бы про них. Ну, тут Шарлотта стоит уже, нашел.
Lantern Rite was simply amazing. I'm not sure I'll be able to sleep tonight.
Блин, не, еще увидимся. Я не хочу столько слушать. Говорю. Это не настолько интересно. Вопросы. Что на самом деле, да, я уже стал несколько это все слушать. Клево, конечно, что они столько историй придумали и всего. Но, опять же, да, это утомляет. Это как сидеть, блин, 4 часа фильм смотреть, реально. Ну, понятное дело, нужно сделать перерыв. Заняться чем-то другим. Блин, ну ладно. Наверное, буду заканчивать на сегодня. Хватит. Думаю, наверное, я оставлю себе смолу на завтра, потому что как раз с этим планты завтра формятся для этого, для камина. Так что да, наверное, не буду этот кусочек смолы тратить сегодня. Потому что ему на талант еще довольно много книжек надо, на самом деле. Хочется все-таки, наверное, его прокачать. Не знаю, правда, опять же, да, то есть, где его буду использовать. Но пока просто бегаю, всякие дейлики делаю. С ним в главной роли. Ну, как бы, да, типа мейн-дамагер он. Но на самом деле Елань тут тащит эту команду вместе с Беннетом. Ну, хотя да, Беннет дает же этому как раз камину пиро-инфузию, которой ему не хватает в стандарте. Хотя, кстати, интересно, у него есть, как у большинства последних персонажей, повышает шанс крита, атаки в падении, вступающий под нокаут, 20 крит урона на 40%. Чего? А, крит урон отдельно, потом еще на 40. То есть урон навыка и потом урон, крит урон общий повышает и увеличит радиус атаки. Но я так понимаю, инфузии у него нету. Энергия. Лечение с избытком и сила атаки повышается. Ну да, он типа дамагер, но без инфузии, чисто скилловый дамагер. Но весь прикол в том, что да, у него есть вот эта фишка с ультимейтом и ешкой, то, что можно бесконечно их спамить там при определенных условиях. Но мне, честно говоря, лень в это вникать. Хотя я вот, сколько я дрался, вот, и можно пойти сейчас каких-нибудь или чурлов бить, например, да? Просто чисто для демонстрации. Хотя я сегодня тоже, по-моему, делал. Ну, тут, конечно, слабенький хиличер. Ну, в принципе, и персонаж не докачан, так что логично. То есть он реально может спамить поочередно и ешку свою, и ультимейт. И вообще у него ешки небольшой откат. То есть ему не то чтобы сильно нужна инфузия, да. Пиры. Я решил по классике. Чисто. Раз Беннет C6, почему бы этим не пользоваться, да? Блин, они сейчас... Они сейчас убьют хиличурлов без этого. А чё, кстати, его ультимейт делает? Ну вот да, у него дает этот откат и ультимейта, и ешки, короче, он может бесконечно вообще крутиться, получается, таким образом. То есть даже Беннет тут не особо нужен. Просто атаку увеличит. Не, ну как бы да. Беннет не бывает бесполезным, как бы он и хилит, и атаку дает в любом случае. Просто инфузия тут не столь сильно нужна, реально. Хватает пира и без нее. Да невозможно его так найти. Ладно. Вообще забавный меч, на самом деле. Вообще странно, на самом деле. Я вот сколько не смотрю на оружие, на местное, оно же не выглядит как оружие. Это, блин, специально они так рисуют или что? Это ж тупая херня какая-то. Ну, то есть, это ж не меч, по сути. Просто какая-то дубина. Ну, вот копье похоже на копье. Оно вроде как даже заточено. Вот это тоже на меч похоже. Но очень многие, я говорю, предметы, которые вроде как меч, на меч-то не похожи. Ну, понятно, это секира. Чисто двуручная. Это тоже на меч похоже. И вот это уже не особо на меч похоже. Не, есть все-таки. Вот это вот точно не меч. Что это такое вообще, блин? Тоже такая фигня странная какая-то. Ну, короче, да, тут все, что заточенный край, это меч. Вот это самый офигенный меч, на самом деле, в игре. Рыбина, блин. Жаль тех людей, которые не застали этот ивент, и у них нет такого замечательного оружия. Увеличит урон взрыва стихии. Вообще какая-то бензопила, блин. Жаль, что эта херня не крутится реально, как в этом третьем Fallout был этот шишкебаб называлась, фигня такая. Там, правда, это одноручный был меч, типа. Ну, хотя одноручный же тоже есть, по-моему, из этой серии у меня. По-моему, да, у Лайлы. И он выглядит как этот... как этот ножик, вот этот, как это называется, канцелярский ножик. Вот этот. А его, кстати, в англоязычной версии называют этот бокс-каттер как раз тоже этот меч. Ну, потому что реально он еще поделен на эти сегменты, как и обычный вот этот канцелярский нож. Забавно. Не, самый классный одноручный меч это зонтик, понятно, прикольный. Но вот это свинцовый стояк из Fallout чисто. Блин, смешно, смешно. Придумаешь. Интересно, когда будет копье в виде рыбы и этот... Есть двуручный меч в виде рыбы, есть лук в виде рыбы. Где он, кстати, лук в виде рыбы? Он не прокачан, наверное, у меня, да, вообще. Да, вот. Лук в виде рыбы. Двуручный меч. Еще не хватает одноручного меча в виде рыбы. И копья в виде рыбы. А, ну, естественно, это. Это будет, короче, это, как она, блин, как она по-русски-то называется, которая... Пуферфиш, которая, блин... Сука. Блин, как она реально называется, эта фигня, которая раздувается с иголками, вот эта рыба. Не помню вообще. Короче, да, есть очень смешные варианты оружия. То, что называется оружием, блин, тут. Ладно. Впрочем, не важно. Игра-то. Это же аниме. Надо все время понимать, просто напоминать себе, что это аниме. Все, что здесь не делается, это делается для контента, для какого-то. Не претендует на серьезность. Хотя на самом деле претендует, но так. Как и любое, наверное, аниме, да. То есть где-то оно серьезное, а где-то рандомные рофлы просто ловишь. Не, прикольно все-таки скилл у него, вот эта ешка с прыжком, перекатом. Не дали исполнить. Так, ладно. Короче, на сегодня все. Было прикольно. Было даже в один момент несколько грустно. Главный герой даже слезу пустил по этому поводу. Красивая была катсценка, да, красивый сон. История в целом интересная, да, Сянь Юнь. Неплохо вполне, потому что бывает и похуже. Вот я почему-то все время теперь вспоминать, наверное, буду эту историю Аята, которая была очень так себе на самом деле. Хотя и, наверное, и были и хуже. Квестики. Вот Сянь Юнь, да. Но опять же, это только подтверждает то, что правило того, что они очень бережно относятся ко всему, что связано с Лиюэ, который олицетворяет собой в игре Китай, и персонажи, мифы китайские, как бы, ну, основаны персонажи и все остальное на китайских каких-то мифах. Они всегда очень бережно к этим историям относятся. Ну, по очевидной причине, как бы, да. Поэтому, да, достаточно качественный квест. Достаточно интересный. Послесловие, вот этот, которое завершает праздник морских фонарей, ну, тоже прикольная сценка, просто-напросто, да. Где нам показали еще больше персонажей. Опять же, Сэнцю так и не показали. Сэнцю так нигде и не появился. Вот что странно. То есть, обычно, если персонажа выходит костюм, да, скин, то его хотя бы покажут в какой-то катсценке, а тут... Хотя кто-то там, по-моему, разглядел его в этой катсцене, которая была праздничная. Где-то он там на фоне или что. Или Бэйдоу с Нингон кто-то разглядел. Короче, ладно, не суть. Я не вникал особо в эту тему. Не столь это важно, наверное. Ну, разработчики посчитали, что это не столь важно. Поэтому не было их на переднем плане, так скажем, да, в истории. В любом случае было прикольно. Наверное, действительно, это самый слабый праздник морских фонарей из всех, которые были. По крайней мере, те, которые я застал. Самый первый я не застал. Вот на втором, третьем я был. Или это третий? Я что-то уже запутался. В общем-то, ладно. Я помню, что на одном из предыдущих когда я еще крутил Ганьюй, по-моему. Ганьюй была не на своем рабочем месте, что удивительно. Тогда в кат-сцене это было, что она на горе тогда к своей наставнице в гости пошла она. Короче, да. Интересно еще тоже, да, вот этот квест, что можно по Лиюэ искать персонажей расставленных. Жаль, что это происходит только раз в год. Вот что я еще хотел сказать, я сейчас вспомнил. То, что почаще бы персонажи появлялись в каких-то местах, да, то есть потому что в квестах часто говорят, что там этот персонаж любит посещать то кафе, например, да, там. И ты никогда его там не встретишь вне квестов, как бы. И вот это несколько как-то погружение, наверное, немного убивает, да, то есть больше видишь, что это игра-сервис, а не игра про лор и все остальное, про персонажей там, да. Поэтому да. Ну, я не первый, кто это говорит, что можно было бы сделать такую фичу, что персонажи где-то в открытом мире появляются периодически. Соответственно, кроме этого праздника раз в год. В общем-то, да, всем спасибо, кто смотрел, комментировал этот стримец. Много людей сегодня заходило, но большинство ненадолго. Заходили поздороваться немножко, перекинуться парой слов. Ну, Геншин, он такой, он не то, чтобы сильно интересный, чтобы сидеть подолгу, смотреть, что там происходит. Все-таки по себе знаю, что интереснее самому зайти в Геншин и пройти все эти квесты, нежели сидеть и смотреть у кого-то. Это только можно посидеть, если ты уже все видел, и посмотреть реакцию любимого стримера, так сказать, да, на те же самые квесты. Ну, в общем-то, да, всем пока, до новых встреч.